All right, we in here. What's up, early crew? Okay. We see y'all in here. Saw y'all in here repping the Cleveland Guardians already. All right. The Cleveland Guardians. I'm with it. Why not? Did Kanye release a good album? He did not. He released some freaking trash. Kanye's washed. Admittedly, I didn't hear it all. I heard enough. I thought the spectacle at Mercedes-Benz Stadium was pretty damn interesting. They had $60 for some chicken tenders, $45 for vegetarian cookies, and maybe that was at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium for the Kanye West release party. Yeah, man, that was you sure? I mean, 42,000 to listen to an album for 48 minutes, and him stand in the middle of the whatever it was. I don't even know you could call it a stage. I don't know, whatever it was. He was just standing in the middle of the field and then left. That was it. No, there was. You know what the funny thing is, John? I don't even think he released the album. I could be wrong. I don't think the album's out. So if you didn't see the thing last night, I mean, and you could track it down. If you didn't see the thing on Apple Music, yeah, it didn't drop this morning. Yeah, it did not drop. That's a dope graphic. What's up, man? Yeah, album is not out. I'm gonna start selling. That's right. I'm gonna start selling them chocolate chunk cookies for $45 outside the Gold One Center. More chocolate, less cookie. Let's go. Kenny feeling a little blue. He can't figure out how to work the camera today. There he is. We'll get him in here. They can't hear you. There you go.
They gave me love on my birthday, and now they was just hating on me, man. Pure hate.
We don't need.
What's going on, everybody?
We don't need none of that.
Mrs. P finally able to tune in because she ain't jet setting. Miss P making moves. I mean, I'm just saying, she making moves.
I don't know what's happening, but okay, let's go with it.
She out here making moves.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be next week. Ain't gonna be no Franz Wagner talk today. That'll be next week, though. All right, Bryce, we see you in San Jose. Okay. Dr. David, what's good?
Bryce in the house. Kid Cotton. That's a new name. I ain't seen Kid Cotton. What's up?
He been in here. Yeah. Been in here. The kid got that. That's a cool avatar, though.
That is nice.
That's dope. Chiron in here. We on them Friday vibes, baby. We on them Friday vibes.
You guys know I love me some Friday.
209, we see you. Josue, what's good? What is that avatar? Who is that? I don't feel like I get that reference. I hate feeling left out. Will Z feeling good on Friday? Loved ones, what's good? Welcome into the Friday edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And we are thrilled that you are here with us to close out the week. We thank you so much for hanging out. If you want to be a part of the show, many ways you could do it. You could head over to twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. You could watch the show Of course, you can listen on the Odyssey app. You can listen on 1320 AM on your radio, your car radio, whatever it may be. Hell, you could even listen on an old school Walkman if you got one, and you could reach us on the phone line. That's old school. Not everybody knows what that is, but that's all right. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in on the phones, you could use a rotary, a cordless. You could use a phone with the long wire that reaches all the way to the good chair. You could hit us on the cell phone, man. It don't matter. We're here for you.
Data and message rates apply.
Indeed, as they always do. Text the word old. Don't text.
Have you seen that commercial? I don't know what it's for, but it's like there's some things we don't need to go back to, and they talk about all that stuff, like the Discman. They didn't go. I don't think they went to a Walkman, but they went to the Discman.
Oh, I have seen that. Yeah. Dude, the Discman.
Back.
The Discman was a legit bigger struggle than the Walkman, because the Discman, like, you had to have a really good one. Otherwise, like, if it wasn't like on a flat surface, it would skip, it would jump, it would stop, like it would be all bad. We don't need to go back to Discman. We don't need to go back to CDs. We don't need to go back to any form of physical media anymore, because it's too many L's. Now, I know with downloads, you need, connections and streams. You need, Wi-Fi and all that different stuff. But man, the pain of a scratched CD.
Oh, bruh. Come on, man. It was done after that.
That's unbearable, dude.
It was done after that. But you know what, though, Damien? I'm gonna speak like a true old school guy. It helped us build character. We appreciate the things that we have because we know where we came from.
Well, yeah, we live.
They don't appreciate nothing.
We lived through the struggle. Well, okay, all right, calm down, old man. We understand that your birthday was yesterday, but damn, you don't have to come out firing like an old dude here today. Goodness gracious. But yeah, they don't. The few will understand the struggle of an old Walkman, like in the tape. The tape gets all wrapped up, and you have to take it out, and you got to get the pencil and do the whole deal. The few will understand the pain of setting the timer on the VCR for Saturday's night main event, and you set it for 11:35 a.m. And you're wondering why the tape is recording, on Saturday morning instead of or Sunday morning instead of Saturday night. Just all bad.
It's tough, man.
All bad.
It's tough. But like I said, it built character.
Some of y'all don't know about looking through a TV guide.
Look, I'll go a little new school, old school on you. What you know about the TV Guide channel, and say you're looking for ESPN, and you turn it to the channel right after they pass ESPN. So you gotta wait all the way.
You gotta wait
back around.
You gotta wait. What about the old WWF free for all? They used to air, so it would be like half of the screen would be the guide, the other half, and it was probably more like a third. A third of the screen would be like TV. The other, 2/3 of the screen would be like the guide.
When we have James Ham on.
Right. Like, there you go. And that's what it would be. And
my box would be the free for all.
And then the screen would be rolling on everything else. And they would air like a 30-minute pay-per-view show. They would air a 30-minute pre-show on the TV Guide channel to get you to buy the pay-per-view. And something crazy would always happen at like the very end of it. Like, oh my God, it's the Undertaker! We gotta go. Order the pay-per-view now. Like, oh no, Mom! I gotta get the pay-per-view. The Undertaker's music was playing. I gotta get the pay-per-view.
Look, all I would do is I would just, dang, that's crazy. Well, let me turn the TV channel to TV4 and click it 2 channels above 68 where the pay-per-view is going to show, and it's going to be super scrambled.
Yep.
But if I look to the side, I can make out what's going on. And then if you watch it long enough, you can hear it. Yep. And if you watched it long enough, it just became normal. You're like, oh yeah, there's Jeff Jarrett right there.
That's double Jess, JEFF, JARRET right there. Definitely the only scrambled pay-per-view channel we watched was wrestling too.
Fifth. I plead the fifth.
Sheriff Mel Grove is listening, so I just want to say those are the only scrambled pay-per-view channels we watched. We swear, never tried to go to Cinemax at 11 o'clock at night.
Actually, I know the channel 68. Sometimes the pay-per-view will bleed into their regular programming.
Hey, that wasn't our fault. We ain't scheduled it. on demand. Like that's what they was doing. There's viewers' choice on demand, the request channel. Boy, man, pay-per-view was wild back in the 80s, boy. Man. And then Mike Tyson had to deal with just one of them.
Yeah.
Woo, man, if you didn't have that one.
And once again, the Tyson fight will go off. Regular program will come on. That ain't
our fault.
Who told them to put it on that channel?
Ain't our fault. Yeah, it ain't our fault. Are there those times that that you order the Michael Spinks fight? It's over in 91 seconds. The show ends, and it doesn't go back to scrambled right away. And you're sitting around. Hey, it's good. You only got a couple seconds of it. Like, whoa. That was not Don King.
Oh man, hey, they know what time it is, man. They know what time it is out here, man. Coop Froggy Frog, Mark Wog, y'all know what time it is, man.
I'd like to. I guess normally I only have to point it out once a week. This week we don't plan this. Like we knew where the show was going to. At no point did we sit down at 10:30 with Jesse and Danny in San Francisco and say, what would be a fun way to start the show? Let's talk about scrambled pay-per-view channels. That'll be gold. Let's talk about that.
And then they ruined
the TV Guide channel.
And they ruined everything with digital cable. It was the gift and the curse. Digital cable came along and it was fantastic. Mm-hmm. But with that came the loss of the AV button, as everybody likes to point out.
It disappeared. They disappeared, though. You can watch similar programming unscrambled now via the internet. So it's not like
you can get on Twitter and see a scrambled program.
Man, you could get on like the uncensored version. You could get on like regular Twitter. You could just get on Instagram and see pictures people willingly post. Like they used to scramble that on cable. Now that's just a photo shoot.
I mean, sometimes I just reevaluate my life. Like, who am I following that this comes up on my timeline? What the hell?
Yeah, I've questioned that too. And there's just some pictures that like you can't like. You feel like I want to show support, but I'm not hitting the heart button on this picture, like because this really looks bad for everybody involved if I hit the heart on this picture. So
that's why I just go to my subculture of just King's Twitter. That's all I do. No, I'm just going to go to King's Twitter now.
And who would have thought
on my timeline?
Who would have thought that at times King's Twitter would be the safest place?
Man, sometimes it is.
It is.
Sometimes it is.
We love King's Twitter. King's Twitter is going to be on fire next week as the draft approaches and the free agency right around the corner after that. We're going to have a lot of fun. We do have plans for an 8-hour show next week. We'll have a lot of fun leading in to Thursday's show as well. And we'll give you all of the plans for that as we get closer. Of course, free agency starts the following Monday. That could wind up being a whole lot of fun for us as well. Mm-hmm. Came across an article yesterday as welcome to the show, everybody. As we officially get underway, if you're watching on youtube.com/ESPN 1320, please hit the thumbs up button.
The title of this episode on podcast, Channel 68.
Came across an article yesterday after the show. LeBron James became the first active NBA player to earn $1 billion. And I just found
I got it. That's a big time. Come on, man. Shout out to the kid from Akron.
That's most definitely air horn worthy. And it's probably not as uncommon in the world of soccer. And I certainly don't have a list of, athlete billionaires here in front of me. I do have an interesting note, though, as they point out LeBron James being the first active NBA player to earn $1 billion. There's going to be a second one, and it's Kevin Durant.
Where KD at right now?
They don't have his number listed here, but it says pretty definitively Kevin Durant, 32 years old, is most likely to be the next active NBA player to reach $1 billion. I assume there are two things involved in here. One, his age. He's going to get at least one more very, very, very healthy contract. Mm-hmm. And two, he is one of the, like if it's at Nike, if it's LeBron, KD's right below him.
Yeah.
There was a bidding war for Kevin Durant several years ago in terms of his shoe services, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was an all out bidding war for him. But
and out of that, didn't it come with him when Nike re-signed him? It was like considerably more than his NBA contract, and he was like a max guy. Right?
Yep.
I think it was like a $300 million deal or something like that.
It was massive.
Yeah.
It was massive. The contract they signed was massive, and I think it was with the understanding of you're going to be a Nike guy for life. Now, the contract had, years and terms on it. It's not like LeBron, who I think LeBron has a literal lifetime deal with Nike. But I think it was kind of an understanding. We're going to lock this in, and then we're locking you in. You'll get this mass money here, but our plan is for you to be a Nike for life guy. And I thought that note fit in nicely because as we wrapped up yesterday's show, we started talking about the impact of NILs, and it really started with college football and Nick Saban and how he's using name, image, and likeness very subtly as a recruiting tool for young people to young men to come play for him at Alabama. And we said, the role model for being in the spotlight at an age, a very young age, 16, 17 years old, like some of these kids are going to be, like Mikey Williams is going to be, who signed with XL Sports Management.
Mm-hmm.
He is the prototype. He is the guy you follow. He is the role model for how to manage that spotlight and how to make the most of the people following you as your career progresses.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And it's going to be crazy to see how deep this goes. Like, what's the breaking point? You know what I'm saying? So Mikey Williams, he's first. So, they're just he's capitalizing well, but they're capitalizing over time, XL Sports, all these guys. But is it going to stay that way is what I want to see. So 7 years from now, the next Mikey Williams, who's famous since the 7th grade, is he still going to get Mikey Williams money? Is that the bar that has been set, the standard that has been set? Or is it like, okay, we did this with Mikey, we see that maybe we overpaid a little bit and you're not going to get as much?
That's an interesting point. We can dive further into that, and we want to tie it into the NBA as well, as there was a new, a fresh crop of NBA rumors popped up yesterday that we'll dive into. We want to talk football as well with a couple of training camps get underway. 49ers should be, you love wide receivers.
Come on, man.
I
got my mind already going.
Okay.
Already.
We'll talk about that as well. We're just getting started. And boy, vaccines are a topic of conversation in the NFL today, too. We'll tell you why. As D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. It has to be one of the best starts to a show ever.
That's some funny stuff. Let me
get that pause button behind you. Yeah.
Oh, man. I got you.
This is, that's big facts. What's up, Cole? Welcome, Cole. You make Cole. There's a good chance you already missed the best part of the show. Channel 68 with D'Lo and KC. Oh man, might as well, dude. That's real talk, man. We should just go home. I don't know that anything gonna get better than that. I still don't. I got to get us those little emoji joints that you got right there. Okay. Oh, Murph. Y'all are cold. Not wrong, but cold. Oh, man. That's Bronny got 6 million followers, I think.
Yeah.
And that's, I don't know if that's across, I don't know if that's on Instagram or across all his platforms.
All right.
But yeah, he's got, dude, David, for seriously.
Not long, I don't think.
Yes, no, that's seriously.
Yeah, not long at all.
Shy the man, what's good? Always good.
Shy the man.
Here. Today's code word is adult. That's funny, Lazy. That's funny. Okay, I was following this. Maker's Misfit said, "Hey, I'm late. Miss anything?" And John says, "Just Kenny watching those late movies through scrambled regular TV back in the 90s."
Allegedly.
And Misfit said, "Oh, okay, so just normal stuff. Cool." I'm proud of our reputation.
Yeah, they know us so well.
I may or may not, for a brief period of time, have had one of those elusive.
That never happened to me. Wow, they was really doing that?
Oh, no, that never happened to me either. I was just referring to.
I can't believe they really did that.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'd be like, sorry, man, you can't.
The hell, you can't come in my house.
You can't help you, bro, or ma'am, or whoever. Can't help you.
Can you imagine if those scenarios were playing out like the same demographics today with viral videos and stuff? Oh man, you could probably start a whole Twitter account of fights and altercations with Comcast trying to come in the house.
For real. Hey, what y'all watching? They
if
come
you don't
over.
Get the hell off my doorstep.
They come over on fight night or WWE WrestleMania. What y'all didn't pay for this.
Who the hell are you? Yeah, that'd be crazy. And the black box of my aunt and uncle, they had the black box. They would record the wrestlings for me.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a good look for a while. Crazy thing is sometimes I wouldn't get it like that night. Sometimes, like, obviously I wasn't driving or nothing, so I'd have to be dependent on my mom. Sometimes I wouldn't get over there until Thursday. I'm like, yo, I don't know what happened.
They're showing the still shots on Mondays. I worked out to the Jay-Z Essentials today.
Woo!
And it's worth it.
That boy too much, man. Speaking of, you see at least the culture going crazy because at the aforementioned Kanye listening party, Kanye Jay-Z disc was debuted, and people are saying this shows that we can all come back together. That all is right in the world.
That Rodney was right so many decades ago, and we actually can all get along. Kanye's doing Kanye things. We'll dive into that more. But the rumor is he recorded the verse Thursday.
Yeah, at like 4:00.
He recorded the verse Thursday. They got it in there for the big listening party. And for those who are anxious to hear Kanye's album, just too damn bad because he didn't release it like he said he would. But we did release the Odyssey app. That's available for you now. You can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans, by sports and music fans. You could check out early 2000s hip hop with Jay-Z and get all them hot joints right there. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app brought to you. You could even get good Kanye there. Hey. You could get good Kanye. You could get Through the Fire Kanye. You could get the Jesus Walks remix Kanye. You could throw that in there with Mace opening up, man. That's good stuff on the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico.
The crazy thing is, real quick before we go back to,
there's really no point. There's no point.
I don't rock with the way Kanye's been moving the last few years, but I people talk about Kanye, he was great. He still know how to make a damn hit and make a song. Like, I think he's still know music. A lot of his latest stuff, like not all of it, like College Dropout, Graduation,
Untouchable,
through Graduate, all that is like that's all front to back. Like, you're listening to it forever. I'm not saying that with this new stuff, but he'll come out with about a handful of songs on the album where I'm like, but
it depends on what constitutes new. Like, for me, like Yeezus didn't work for me.
Yeezy season approaching. Whatever y'all be hearing. Whatever y'all be hearing. I kind of like that song.
The gospel album, which I think won a Grammy.
Yeah,
that was a one.
It was still cool though.
That was a one play for me. Like, oh, okay,
it was still cool. But Life of Pablo was fire.
Okay. Yeah.
Ooh, not my was fire.
He's a he's a genius. Like, I don't. It's not debatable. Like, the man is a genius, but he just doesn't move me like he used to.
It's not the same. I can definitely agree. It's not the same, but pound for pound, just making a dope record, he can still do that.
One thing I'll always give him credit for is he knows how to evolve. Mm-hmm. So My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy is a classic album. And it's nothing like The College Dropout.
No.
And The College Dropout is nothing like The Graduation. It's nothing like Late Registration. They're all different.
Mm-hmm.
They're all very, very different albums. The Life of Pablo isn't like any of those.
Mm-mm.
And so I'll give him credit for the ability to evolve and make classics through what's like it's all hip hop, but I really feel like you could break these down into varying forms of hip hop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like,
it's not like bars like College Dropout or something like that. It's like
it's sonic. It's
sound.
Yeah. Like he's like, yo, I'm gonna make one of the dopest albums ever lyrically here.
Oh,
and then I'm gonna make one of the dopest albums sonically ever here.
Yeah. Some of it feels like he recorded the album in an arena because they're supposed to sound like major in an arena in a concert environment, not in your car or nothing like that, right? But yeah, I was at the Kanye show where he came to it was Rihanna and Kanye, actually. That's crazy. I saw Riri. But where he was here in Sacramento and on the Good Life, he's like, and in DC and in Miami or whatever. And he's here in Sacramento and he goes, yeah, shout out and in Seattle. Let's go Seattle.
Whoops. I don't remember Kanye and Rihanna.
Yeah, Riri was in the house.
Kanye, what album was that for?
It was was it Graduation?
Huh.
It might have been the Graduation because we were at Arco and it was the same because that weekend was insane for me personally. It was Kanye and Rihanna, followed by Mary J and Jay-Z, like back-to-back days. They were in the Bay Area, but I went and saw all four of those people. That was crazy.
Mary is the only person I've seen.
Chandler's on. Lupe was there too. That's right. That was a crazy show. Rihanna,
okay,
Lupe.
That's coming back to me a little bit.
Yeah.
Mary J is the only person I've seen in the front row. We did it.
Go Mary. Go Mary.
I gotta be. No, it's awkward. It's weird because we were in like a theater. Like it was one of the theaters. I think it was in Oakland. And I was with KSFM. We had done a big listener thing. They had won, so it was front row tickets. We were all in the front row. It's weird because they look at you and you don't know what to do. Like when Mary's singing and she's looking at you, it's like you think you know how you gonna react, but you don't, because like she's literally, it looks like she's singing to you, and it's like, do you like outstretch your arms? Like, are you coming? Like, come here, man. Like Mary. It's just weird. So you just try to you got to be cool. So you just try to bob your head and sing along or whatever. But like that was, it was weird.
Is there I know you're not into the current hip hop like that, but is there a guy currently in hip hop that's like, as of right now, that you would go see?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, of course, Travis Scott puts on tremendous shows. I see Travis Scott.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are like these artists now put on incredible performances.
That Drake Migos tour, I'm so mad I missed that because it looked like an unbelievable show.
Yeah, I may not have the album on repeat or whatever, but like I love live music. I'll go. Like I'll go watch a show.
I saw Travis Scott. I was working this Jordan event for All-Star Weekend a couple years ago, And they
Strong
gave
flight.
us tickets. Well, I mean, I was working. I didn't say I was running. I was working the Jordan event for All-Star Weekend. And they gave us tickets to this private show that they did. And it was Travis Scott and SZA. And Travis, I was like, Travis is cool or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But being at his show, I was like, oh, I get it. I understand why he's so big. This is amazing. Like, he puts on a hell of a show.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it why he's so big. So.
I remember being frustrated when Kanye came here for my birthday party. Like, just
the one at the Golden One Center?
Yeah, he came for me. Yeah, I had my birthday party at the Golden One Center and charged everyone to get in and gave all the money to Kendrick. Half of the tour was with Travis Scott.
Mm.
The last show he did was the one before Sacramento. So
Wow.
YG was here. So it's not like it was trash or anything. Like, it was heat.
Yeah.
It was heat, but they are very different types of, like, YG show and Travis Scott show are very different types of shows.
Yeah.
But that's all right.
That's still fired up. And Kendrick was on that tour too?
That was Kendrick's tour. Yeah, that was
maybe I misheard you. I thought you were saying Kanye.
No, Kendrick. No, that was Kendrick's tour.
Got you.
Now, Kanye ain't been here since.
But I was saying, I thought you were at the Kanye where he stopped the show. I thought you were there.
I wasn't at that. No, I wasn't at that.
If I was here, I wasn't here at the time. I would have been to that. I would have been at that one.
You know why I wouldn't go? Huh. Because I had seen the clips of the stage, and I was like, "You could kiss my ass." Like, I get the symbolism of us all looking up at you. No, I ain't. No, bro. You just a man to me, dude. No, I'm not doing that.
I ain't gonna.
I took a hard pass on that.
Kanye come to Sacramento, man. I'll probably be there. I ain't gonna front.
Fool me once, you ain't gonna get fooled again.
I'll probably be there.
Gonna be me.
Big Mike, help me out. Let me.
Shout out to Big Mike over at KSFM, fellow Black Bottle Boy.
Yes, indeed.
We were talking about LeBron being a billionaire. What's fascinating about LeBron being a billionaire is when you realize he's left some money on the table in terms of negotiating deals in the NBA because of him changing teams. And I know they've worked some sign and trades along the way. I don't think he did that with Los Angeles, but the money is a little bit different when you stay with your franchise. And even if you just take off a couple of million here when he went to Miami and some of those different things, it's still again pretty incredible when you realize it's like 300 million as a athlete, which means it's 700 plus million as a spokesperson. That's or as crazy. As a spokesperson, as the head of a production company, or whatever else it may be.
The production you're talking about, what he's got with more than a game and whatever the shop is under and everything. That's all him too. Some people would say he's probably getting a lot of that from Clutch Sports.
I don't know that he's not. Like, I think
he's not supposed to be, right?
I think he's an owner of Clutch Sports, isn't he?
I think he is, but isn't that something that's like not supposed to be the case? It's an unspoken thing. So I think if you go to the legal documents and stuff like that, I don't think his name is on it. But we all know what that's all about. That's what I think is happening. I think it's illegal for him to have an agency during being an NBA player.
Maybe it is, but that wouldn't count towards his net worth then, because it can't be traced to him. Look, we're making it sound like LeBron is running the mafia or something like that.
like LeBron is Ghost. He's Ghost with Truth Nightclub out here.
Yeah. Can't trace it back to me. LeBron, we know Clutch is you, fam. It's all good. Like, we get it. Yeah. But Kevin Durant's the same thing. Like, Kevin Durant going from Oklahoma City to Golden State, now to Brooklyn. Like, he hasn't maximized. Again, it's a small amount that he's lost, but he hasn't truly maximized his money in the NBA. So it again speaks to what these guys are doing away from the basketball floor, away from the basketball court, and it sets a strong example for all of these young athletes now. I mean, Bronny's got the best example in the world. This is a dude with this is a young man with like 6 million followers who's, I don't know. He'll never be, not to any fault of his own, he's never going to be the player that his dad is, but he's got a following, and that following is in this new world could be as valuable to him as his basketball skills.
Yeah. And even
if
more,
he uses it right.
Yeah. And even more importantly, or maybe just as important, his following has a following. And what I mean by that is Drake is at his games religiously. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, and he's teammates with kids who are like top, top of the class of 2022 or 2023.
Yeah, man. So that's before, like you said, he's never going to be as good as his father, but I think he's a good ball player.
Oh, absolutely.
He can play. So if his game reaches a point where, not even to say like let's get his dad out of there, but like if he's a first round pick type of player, if he's like a Moses Moody caliber player, like that'll match up with his fandom and his superstardom and his celebrity. Man, he's got a lot going on, man. He got a lot of potential going on. John Bull in the chat says something that's 100% true and 100% crazy to think of. We talked about LeBron making $300 and some million, and then so $700 million off the court. He says Jordan's a billionaire and he only made $86 million while playing.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's crazy to think of.
That's crazy. Like, think about free agency is like 10 days away or so, give or take. They're going to be contracts signed for more than what Michael Jordan made in his playing career.
Man. By guys that are role players.
$86 million is a good role player, depending on how long you've been in the league. He's a good role player.
Like, and this is no disrespect, and we'll talk about him more, but Rashawn Holmes is going to get close to that, right? 60 to 70, close, something like that.
Like yeah.
Rashawn Holmes in one contract.
Yeah, I mean, and then it's like Rashawn Holmes versus Michael Jordan. Remember
that's the whole thing. Like, it's not that he's a bad player, a bad guy,
but Mike, I think, is 2 bills now. And of course, Michael Jordan's portfolio. I mean, his stake in Nike, and now he owns a basketball team. I'd actually got to imagine he's worth more than 2, because what would the valuation be for Charlotte?
So it's probably a 2 itself.
I mean, if we saw a valuation, of course, a lot of this has to do with Golden One Center, but I think the Kings were 1.9 when they were doing the minority owners who were selling their stake or whatever. I think the valuation was 1.9. That's got to, I mean, if Jordan, I think now is the sole owner of the Charlotte Hornets,
I would guess it's at least 2.5 for Charlotte, because we talk about the Golden One Center here. Their arena isn't old. Like, they just built it within the last 10 years. Charlotte is a huge metropolitan city. Man, yeah, Jordan. And the crazy thing about that is Mike got 86 million, and he was like getting contracts out of the norm, right? Didn't he have like a 1 year, $30 million contract or something like that?
Yeah. He had a 1 year. I think that was maybe his last year in Chicago.
Yeah,
the 1 year, $30 million deal.
So he was getting not.
So again, think about that. His last year with Chicago was worth $30 million. He made 86 total in his career, and I think it was just a couple of years ago. No, as Mike was the only person who ever made 30. I think the second, and Jesse, can we look this up? I think the second was Kobe.
Jesse, look this up, because I'm going to go, maybe it wasn't, because I was about to say Juwan Howard or Alonzo Mourning, but I think they had 5-year, $100 million deals or $120 million deals.
I think those guys had deals, because remember, deals used to be like 7 years. Like, I think Jalen Rose had like a 7-year deal in which the final 2 years or 3 years he was working for ESPN. Like, he was starting his career at ESPN, making like $25 million or something from the Phoenix Suns, who were just like, buddy, go be on TV. Go plant your flag. Go plant your flag in Bristol. We're good. Keep it moving.
That's crazy.
Keep it moving.
That's crazy. So that begs the question with LeBron being worth the billy. We say Kevin Durant is next. Who, and this doesn't have to stay in basketball, who, if anybody, is going to reach a Billy after KD, in your opinion? Is Zion going to get there?
I mean, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no for a couple of reasons. He's with Jordan, and Jordan money's different than Nike money. Jordan is supposed to have this level of like prestige to it. Not that those guys are paid with food stamps. Like you make money. I just don't think you see the $300 million that you would see from Nike for a lengthy deal, a 10-year deal or whatever it might be that Kevin Durant got. I don't think you see that from the Jordan brand. I don't even know that they disclose the amount that they pay some of their signature athletes.
I can't think of them.
So that I mean, you got to factor in, like when you look at LeBron, you look at Kevin Durant, that's a massive source of their income, of their net worth, are their shoe deals. If you're with Jordan, I think that immediately puts you at a disadvantage. What you also have to look at with particularly with LeBron is, which is funny because I don't feel like this is Kevin Durant. Like LeBron has that charm, right? LeBron has we talked about this last week when we were talking about Space Jam. He has the ability to be on Jimmy Kimmel, as we saw last week, while he also has the ability to be on The View and Good Morning America and the Today Show and all of those different things. So, man, I mean, I guess it's easy to say Patrick Mahomes. I don't know that Patrick Mahomes is that. You've got to find someone who's like an entrepreneur who wants to get out there, who will produce. Like, think about what LeBron does. He produces television shows. I always say the undefeated, the undisputed or uninterrupted, the uninterrupted website. And that's part of what he built.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's one out there, man. Like immediately in this moment, I don't know that there's one out there. I don't know what Steph's, dollar figure is and what he gets from Under Armour and the other things that he builds around. But I would start looking like, okay, who's got a winery? Who you know what I mean? Like who's got like the out of the box type stuff? Yeah. That would be the guy who's the next to hit the billion marker.
They got guys in the chat mentioning it right now, and I didn't think off the top of my head anybody in the NBA could do it right now. I just didn't think so. But they mentioned Giannis, and Giannis is still 26 years old. He's going to get the max bag for the rest of his career if he wants it. So he'll take advantage of that, where LeBron maybe left some money on the table with that. And then we talk about Nike. And I think what Nike did for Kevin Durant, I think they'll do for Giannis when that time comes. He's already in the deal or whatever the case may be. But when it's time to renegotiate, and if he continues to do the things that he's doing, they'll look at Giannis not only just being the best basketball player or one of the best basketball players in the game, but maybe unlike KD, Giannis may have the global appeal. Being from Greece, having the Nigerian roots, you could tap into those markets. Maybe they do with Giannis what they started to do with Kobe, and when everything's smooth or when they can, start going over to China and doing like that. You talk about somebody that has the ability to adapt to all situations. Giannis can do that. He could be on Jimmy Kimmel and be engaging and be endearing to people.
It sucks to point this out. It just dawned on me. The answer is Kobe. Kobe's the athlete who would have hit the $1 billion marker. And there's the sad reality. His net worth, his estate, is still likely to hit $1 billion. Think of all of the things that he was involved in. I wonder what he had to have been close when he passed away. And I just because this will bother me if I don't point this out, Michael Jordan was the first NBA player to sign a contract worth over $20 million. And he was the first NBA player to sign a contract that exceeded $30 million in a single season. That was a record that lasted for 15 years. Kobe Bryant was indeed the second player to hit $30 million per year in the 2013-14 season. It was LeBron James after that, Steph Curry after that. Now everybody gets $30 million per year. I looked at a contract today that might be, remind me, we'll get into this in a few minutes. but remind me to bring it up. Given the contracts that are out there, it's kind of bargainy. I'm not going to say it's a bargain, but it's
these current contracts. Yeah, absolutely.
Involving a major player. So I'm going to bring that player up in a few minutes when we get back to free agency rumors, or when we get back to trade rumors.
I just looked up, this guy's net worth, because I was like, well, they talk about LeBron, and what was the official wording for LeBron and what he achieved?
What do you mean?
Like when you brought up the story, what's the headline? What does it say?
LeBron James has become the first active NBA player to earn $1 billion.
Got you. I was trying to figure it out because I was like, I wonder what this guy, his net worth is.
Ooh.
And I went to Floyd Mayweather, and he's at 1.2 billion is his net worth.
And I tell you, I'm surprised that it's that low. I feel like he makes that in a fight at this point because he doesn't share the money with anybody, right?
That's the whole thing. And that's why I thought it was like, okay, man, it must be a team sport situation or whatever.
It's actually first active NBA player. Yeah.
Active.
Yeah.
Got you. Yeah. Because Floyd takes in all the money. He takes in all of it. He does the endorsements. He's running a promotional company. 1.2 billion. That's crazy in boxing. That's pretty crazy in boxing to be able to do that. I don't think that's going to be seen ever again.
And how much of that is just fights? Like, what else does Floyd do?
I heard Floyd has a ton of successful real estate in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
He does the endorsements for the fights. He's got the promotional company for the fights. He has little ventures here and there, man. Like the Gentlemen's Club. I think he owns at least one of those, maybe multiple. Little stuff here and there, like owning a skating ring and things of that nature.
Should we pitch him on the idea of a gentleman's club called Channel 68? It's just an idea.
Are the workers scrambled in there? Is that you watch them through a glass and there's scrambled?
2 tables. There's the A room and the B room. You got to pick. That's how you get in there. There's the A room and the B room. That's it. Kobe Bryant's net worth when he passed away was $600 million. The unfortunate reality that we've seen, mostly with celebrities in the music field, their net worth can grow substantially after they pass away. Given the things that Vanessa's already done with the line of clothes for Gigi and the different things that she's working on, whether she's working with Nike or working with other companies, they're going to have another shoe deal in line, and Kobe Bryant's estate ultimately will likely top the $1 billion marker as well. But that is interesting because Kobe was like 320 something in his playing career. So I would have thought maybe a little bit more, though his post playing career was just getting started. I mentioned a bargain. Okay, not a bargain, but a bargainy player, like bargain-ish. I'll explain. D'Lo and Casey return on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. It'll be one of those days where I ain't paying attention to the clock, I see. I would have kept talking had you not said something in my ear. I just kept going. Raise, boom, boom, room.
Some people may think I'm hating here. I don't think Luka gets on the level of Giannis. Maybe so. Maybe. I just feel like Giannis be a little bigger, but Luka may get there.
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting question to think what he would earn. Like, does Europe command like the same amount of money that the Asian markets do? The different countries in Asia. Did you see any of the opening ceremony this morning?
No. Only thing I saw was the clip of the Kevin Durant clip. That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
But no, I didn't see any of it. Last night though, I fell asleep to the Olympic channel.
On Peacock or on
cable.
Xfinity? Okay.
Yeah. They didn't have any games on. But I think they were like, so I didn't really know this, I feel like if I read that right, it was the premiere of the Olympic Channel. It's been on my guide for I don't know how long, but they had premiere up on the top. Like it just started last night. So they were like showing stuff about the 3-on-3. I guess they were just kind of trying to explain how this stuff worked. And then as I went to sleep, the rowing came on. It's probably what put me to sleep.
Good. The rowing. Yeah.
Ramsey, I don't know if those guys, Mike Trout, Fernando Tatis, I don't think they're going to do it. Fernando Tatis may be selling himself short. 13 years is a long time for that to be the only money that you bring in. Yeah. And not that it's not a lot, but isn't it like $250 or something? And his contract like $250?
Yeah, it's a bargain.
Mm-hmm.
Bargain.
Oh, Sway asked me earlier, I can't find it, but he asked me, said, nice Barcelona shirt. Am I wearing nobody? Nah, it's blank on the back. This little Barcelona kit, as they like to say.
Go.
Yeah, he got
640 more to go. Even that.
He got $600 million to go. What did Trout get? Trout got 300 something too, didn't he?
Yeah, Trout was like 36 per. I think like 36 per year. Yeah, Brady's interesting because his Jared brings up Brady. Brady's is interesting because he context. He didn't make Brady hasn't made as much as Eli did. In 21 years, Brady didn't make as much as Eli did in 16. Because he's always taken deals. Now, the Brady family, on the other hand, yeah, they're probably worth $1 billion. But Tom Brady by himself, he's got the TB12 thing. I don't feel like I know he had a partnership with Purple Carrot that I think went away. He has the deal with Under Armour. He has the book. I don't know what Brady's other ventures are. You bring up Brady. The answer might be Peyton. Peyton got stock in everything. Want to place a bet on who the next billionaire athlete will be? Well, the BetQL network has sports betting content all day long, and it's now available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website, over 10,000 home and auto-connected devices, and at BetQLnetwork.com. This is wagertainment for every fan, morning, afternoon, and night. Betting angles throughout the day, insights from local and national experts, entertaining content to keep both casual and hardcore bettors engaged. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. BetQL Network, streaming now on Odyssey.
Man, we talk about this often, but the rejoin got me thinking, that get rich or die trying. You want to talk about, we talk about LeBron James and how he was hyped up and he lived up and probably exceeded the hype. Get rich or die trying, so hyped. And it absolutely lived up to every bit of the hype. 50 on that first CD was, whew. And that Mini Man, that boy did that. I don't even like 50 like that, but he did that right there. Man.
And then nothing else lived up to the hype after that.
No.
If you look at the sheer hype of mixtape 50 Cent versus commercial release 50 Cent, I'd say he was a bust. Maybe not a bust because he had a phenomenal rookie year, right? Like he had an incredible rookie season, but he tailed off a little bit in the second season. The third season was like, And the fourth season was like, okay, he's not getting an extension. You know who he was? You know who 50
I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to say it. No, they already think I hate him. I ain't going to say it.
Are we thinking? I don't even know if we're saying the same person.
Go ahead.
50 Cent's Tyreek Evans.
Oh, we're not thinking the same person. But that's a great call.
50 Cent is Tyreek Evans. He had a great rookie year, everything diminished. After that, you start having some questions, and then you're just like, yeah, we'll move on.
That's a hell of a comp right there. That's spot on.
Well, who was yours though? Who was yours?
I was gonna say it's Marvin Bagley.
No, that would be like if 50 just put out like verses and singles that were really, really good, but never put out a complete. He never put out a complete album. That's what it would be.
We're continuing to wait for the sophomore album to drop.
Yeah, it just hasn't come out.
Yeah.
Like, in his first album was really an EP. It was like 8 records. It's like, oh, this is dope. This is dope.
He 50 if he did verses, I feel like 12 to 13 of his 20 songs would come from Get Rich or Die Trying.
Or mixtapes or appearances. I don't think anything would come like nothing would come from like AO Technology.
Oh man.
Nothing would come from that.
Wow.
You might be able to
got like 5 singles outside of Get Rich or Die Trying.
You might be able to pull something from Out of Control if you get the remix and you call it a tribute to Mobb Deep, but that's about it. Like you're kind of
he could get the Power theme song in on there.
They say this is a big rich town.
He ever made since Get Rich or Die Trying.
And it hits because of Joe. The song hits because of Joe.
I just come from the poorest part.
Thank you. Joe, ladies and gentlemen.
I gotta make it. I never took a straight path, no way.
Okay. You know what's funny? 50 could be really engaging. Like he wow.
DJG from Cali says Bagley is cannabis.
And 4 people probably get the reference. Spoiler alert, it's bad. Not cannabis like the stuff at the dispensary.
Yeah.
Cannabis like the rapper who went at LL Cool J and was never seen or heard from again.
And man, we could get down a whole rabbit hole. I could say he's Cassidy. I could say he's Papoose. I could say all this stuff. Super talented guys. I think
you got me with Papoose. Who the hell is that?
Well, Papoose is now more famous for being Remy Ma's husband. But he was like supposed to be next.
You want to get out
next when he was rapping.
You want to get out the weeds and come back to us right now? Because you stuck in the weeds with that reference.
They might get you in the chat for not knowing who Papoose is, man.
I guarantee you, no, they're not.
You know Remy Ma.
Of course I know Remy Ma.
So you should know they're married.
I ain't worried about who Remy Ma is married to. I am not worried. Remember Emile?
Of course.
Emile came on. I was like, hey, who is this woman rapping? Oh, Emile. Oh, what? She was supposed to be. She was supposed to be something.
I remember somebody was talking about like
just start calling Friday show like Culture Friday. Just know. Know what you're tuning into.
Especially till preseason football.
Till 49er Friday start, we just got Culture Friday.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
But I remember, I think it was Dame Dollar. No, it might have been Jay-Z. Was talking about like Emile and the way that she carried herself after Can I Get Her? And Jay, I think it was Jay, and he was just doing an interview and he's like, yo, like we had to sit Emile down and be like, Can I Get Her was not your song. Like, get that through your head. Like if we're giving you this deal or giving you this promotion, like kind of be grateful for it. Like she thought I made Can I Get Her? And I'm on level with Jay-Z, and Jay was like, no, that was my song. I probably made it. So play your role, Emile. Never really worked out for her after that. I used to like Charlie Baltimore.
Oh, everybody liked Charlie Baltimore.
That was my girl, Charlie Baltimore.
Yeah, she could go.
Her and her daughter on Growing Up Hip Hop. Have you seen that?
I have not. I knew they were on it, but no, I have not seen it.
Yeah, that's like my girl, Charlie Baltimore.
That's not on my. That's not on my DVR. There was this headline from The Athletic caught my attention yesterday. The Warriors hoping to land Bradley Beal at the top of their wish list. The
Warriors are the new Lakers.
Well, it's not that. Like, swing. I get it. Swing for the fences. Swing for everybody. That's actually not what caught my attention. The Warriors, Bradley Beal. That it wasn't that. It was the actual text, like the context of the headline. when they said if the report was, if Bradley Beal becomes available, if Bradley Beal asks out, the Warriors are going to make a strong push for him. And all I kept thinking was like, why are you waiting? If you want to make a push for Bradley Beal, go make a push for Bradley Beal. What are you waiting for him to ask out for? What are you waiting for him to say, I want to go to the Lakers for?
Right.
Just or the Clippers, or why? If you want Bradley Beal, go make a move for Bradley Beal, or at least try to start a conversation for Bradley Beal. If you can make things cheaper for Washington, they'll take it. Washington is cheap. Like they don't want to pay Bradley Beal this contract. They don't want to stink, or they don't want to be. They don't want to be where they were last year, which was in the playoffs. They don't want to be in the playoffs while paying those two guys that amount of money. They'll pay those two guys that amount of money if they got a chance to go deep into the playoffs. But I think they realized they got where they got last year on the strength of Russell Westbrook and Bradley Beal. And they don't have the proper roster around those two guys. And I think they would rather trade those two guys than build that team. And we talked about teams that can't recover, like that rebuild and can't recover. I think when Washington starts this rebuild, I don't think they're going to recover for a while. I think they're going to be a team that's going to hit that. They're in a really bad spot right now.
Yeah, they're in a bad spot. And the future that they have is somebody that is probably going to be leaving soon. And the way that you would be in a decent spot is if they would hit on the previous two drafts. And I'm not sure they did with Hachimura, who I like. He's a cool player. He's like a role player though. And then Denny, what's his name? Denny Abala, or I can't remember. But anyway, Denny, that's what I always call him. That's why I can't remember his last name. But I'm not sure if you hit on that either. So now you don't have a lottery pick this year, and they're faced with the proposition of paying Westbrook and Beal. So the rebuild hadn't even started yet. They don't even have the foundation of a rebuild as of yet. They have to go through next season and be awful just to start the process. And they probably won't be awful with Beal and Westbrook.
Which is why I'm certain if they're moving off one, they're moving off both. Because it's not even the rebuild. To me, it's not even the rebuild of, we want to get better that they want to start. It's the, let's just not be so expensive right now. Like if we're going to be bad, let's be cheap and bad. Let's not be expensive and bad. Right now, they're expensive and bad. I was looking at Bradley Beal's contract. He has next year and the year after on the books. The year after, I think, is a player option. That player option is 37. Which, given some of the things that we've read lately with like Porzingis and Ben Simmons and some of these other guys, that felt like, man, for a dude who was second in the league in scoring. Yeah, man, that's not an outrageous number for Bradley Beal.
To have 1 year left on that, that's a win. So,
which is why I could see why the Warriors are absolutely targeting or would want to target him.
So the Warriors. So here's the thing that I always try to find out with the Warriors, because they always want to do these trades and never really give up anybody but Wiggins. And that would that work in a Bradley Beal situation? Like, wouldn't it have to be two guys that make money? Because I'm assuming they're saying like 7-14.
Well, it's
Wiseman and Wiggins. Is that enough? Like contract wise?
Yeah, because Wiggins is 20 and some change, right? And then you've got Brad, who's, if that's 37, so probably 34, 35. You need to be at what, like 80%? So I'd imagine that's. I mean, you got to be approaching 30 right there once you factor in the two rookie contracts.
Yeah. I mean, that would be a good move for Washington to get that type of young, I don't want to call them core, but those young players back. Wiseman, it's somebody that you could build around in these two picks, regardless if they pick them or just take whoever the Warriors took or whatever the case may be. That'd be a good start, you know what I mean, to what you're inevitably going to have to do.
Wait, did you say Wiseman in the 7 and 14? I'm sorry. I was already in my head thinking Wiggins. Wiggins is
No,
20 something. Wiseman is
no,
not.
no, no. I said Wiggins, Wiseman, 7 and
Oh,
14.
I don't think you include. I don't think you do all that.
If you're the Warriors,
I think you would. You would want to hold on to something.
if I'm the Wizards, I'm like, we don't talk to me unless it's Wiggins. Or the only reason I'm taking Wiggins is because that's
You're getting the other three.
Yeah, that's the only way financially it would happen. But
like
if you ain't including those three, Wiseman, 7 and 14, we have nothing to talk about.
Man. That I mean, that's the ultimate. We've got one shot.
Mm-hmm.
We've got one more shot to win a championship. That's the ultimate move before we tear this thing down and kind of start over.
And then that'll be interesting because you're right. They got one more shot with that group. But say you get Bradley Beal, I don't think they would look at him as like a rental. So then you're going to have decisions to make with, I think did Clay's contract just start like last year or something? Like it's relatively new. He might have like 2 or 3 years left on it after this year. Then you're going to have to sign
I think he signed the contract the year after the finals. He may have 2 years in which he hasn't played.
That
could be wrong, but I feel like he's
the finals they won, right?
No, he got hurt in the Toronto. I feel like he signed it after the Toronto series.
After the Toronto one, okay. He might have.
That would mean he missed the first 2 years of his contract. I don't mean to laugh, but he missed the first 2 years of his contract extension.
Man, so yeah, so you got that, and then Steph is about to get this iconic contract.
Yeah,
he's on the books for. So I mean, by then they're probably already willing to move on from Draymond at that point. But Draymond will have to go. I don't know how much Wiggins. Well, you'd be trading him. Clay is a free agent in 2024. He goes,
that's this year.
37 next year, 40 the following year, 43. He's got 3 years left on the contract.
And then you're going to have, Steph plus 40. I assume he's already in the 40, and then you have, if you were to acquire Brad, you have Brad in the 36. I mean, Joe Lacob will pay. He'll pay.
Those three guys are your whole. That's your whole salary cap, damn near.
Well, he'll pay.
Damn.
He'll do it. He'll do it. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. The weird thing about that, though, is I think the Warriors is currently constructed are good, like really good. Whether it's
good, I think they're high cat because last year getting what's his name like drove them super high into the luxury tax, getting Kelly Oubre.
Yeah, but Oubre's gone, isn't he?
Yeah, but that just like him being gone, I think just puts them at like capped out.
Well, I ain't worried about their money though. I'm talking about the team as currently constructed. I think is good. I think they're a good basketball team. I guess the question is,
they're good. They're good.
The question is, are they a championship caliber team? Are they better than the Lakers as currently constructed? Are they better than the Clippers as currently constructed? Are they better than the Phoenix Suns as currently constructed? We're not taking in movement yet this offseason or injuries or anything like that. Just as constructed, are they the fourth best team out of those teams that we just named? Then you start factoring in the moves. Okay, what if Chris Paul jumps from Phoenix to the Lakers? What if Russell Westbrook lands with the Clippers? And then you start shuffling all of these things and you go, okay, maybe Golden State does need to get a little bit better.
Yeah.
Or Wiseman needs to take a big jump this year.
See, and this is a crazy thing. I know I wouldn't do anything if I was the Warriors. Maybe I'd trade 7 and 14. Maybe I might at least keep one of them. Maybe I keep 14 and trade 7 or something like that for, a fringe guy. But I wouldn't move off of Wiseman. Not at all. I actually think it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy for them to be like willing to move off of Wiseman.
I understand that. But if it's again, this is a win now move. Like if it's Bradley Beal,
it's a win now. It's a win now move, but I don't think Steph's window is like 2 years. Not to say that that's what you're saying, but
no, I was looking at more Brad's contract. That's why I said for 2 years.
Yeah, but you could, as long as you got as long as you got Steph and you develop Wiseman, and hell, keep Wiggins, because guys who've seen him more than we have, like Danny in San Francisco, says Wiggins was pretty damn good.
Of him. Mm-hmm.
I would. There's nothing wrong with keeping that and running it back. I don't think you add Clay. You lose Oubre's money off the book, so maybe you could do that if you draft well. Maybe you get a guy that can contribute. They're talking about James Bouknight going to the Warriors, so develop him. I wouldn't do too much of anything if I was the Warriors. I think they're
going to develop a player that you can't get out on the floor.
It takes time. You develop them. You get them going. I mean, it's a situation like with James Harden in OKC for whatever. He was coming off the bench, and he just kept getting better, and to the point where it was like, yo, he's a star. Or he goes to Houston and he starts.
But that's the biggest black eye for Sam is he couldn't maximize James Harden. You don't want to get in that position.
The biggest black eye is he made the wrong decision. He chose Ibaka over Harden.
Well, they got a 7 and a 14. Maybe they'll make the wrong decision too. I don't know. 916-349-1320. Let's get Big Al in here. Big Al, what's going on, baby?
Man. Yeah, no, you haven't, because I don't think I called in 2 weeks. Well, we saw the finals. Didn't play out the way I hoped. It didn't matter. I mean, the better team did win. There's just not a question. The complete team is how it was constructed. The loss of a help. 8 needs more help than just Darcy. But anyway, enough of that. Lakers. See, and now KC, I'm not busting you on this because I know it's your business. You and D-Lo do it. It's your business. You want the ears and the eyeballs on your mighty predictions and theories. That's how you get paid. I'm just saying, I watched all my Lakers stuff. I look at all these wild, scenarios they're throwing out. Saying these people are donkheads. Come on, Russell Westbrook. Come on, even Chris Paul. Some of that stuff is crazy. But I just like the latest article. Okay. You read the latest article about the tumult between Schroeder. Yes, not a happy man generally, and Kyle Kuzma. That was a very funny article.
So Big Al, that's why all these things aren't crazy, because they're not bringing that team back.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not. And I appreciate Big Al for thinking I'm just going to let that slander ride. Just Westbrook would be a perfect addition to the Lakers. No, he wouldn't. He very much would not.
You're on the point.
He plays different than LeBron. Like Westbrook is 110 miles per hour. LeBron is cerebral. Like, though, I don't know that works. Chris Paul is more cerebral.
He's more, but Westbrook will work. He's better than Schroeder.
Well, come on now. We know that. Westbrook would, and we've seen him do it before, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. Westbrook would have to adjust his game a little bit. Yeah. We saw him do it in Phoenix. He'd probably have to slow the tempo down, at least get to the half court and figure out how you're going to do. On the break, you handle that as you see fit. But, ball out of the basket, it's a different, Russ moves at a different pace usually than LeBron does.
I think this slashing ability, off of LeBron passes, I think that will work really well.
And Anthony Davis in the middle too. That's Westbrook's favorite spot to be.
Westbrook and with the Lakers, like I said, I just look at it like this, and I agree. Chris Paul's a better fit, but like I said, you replace Westbrook with Schroeder. Yeah, they were already a finals contending team with Schroeder. I was the one that came on and said, "Hey, Dennis Schroeder's not being the starting point guard on a championship winning team. That ain't happening." But you put Russell Westbrook there, now it's on and popping.
I thought Schroeder was like, when they picked him up in the offseason, I thought that was a big move for them.
I thought so too. I was like, okay, that's a good move. And then I actually sat down and watched something. I was like,
it didn't click.
No, it
didn't fit.
So one time, let me tell you a quick story. One time I was out in Vegas, and it was a Floyd Mayweather fight. On the undercard was Canelo versus Shane Mosley. And it was like wash Shane Mosley. But, me and my buddy, we was like, yo, we might need to put some money down on Shane Mosley. It's Shane Mosley, bro, against this young boy Canelo. He might be able to teach him something. Shane Mosley. And we were talking about this like all week, like, yo, we got to find a sports book. Like, we got to put some money down. And then, like, I was walking and we're going to the sports book, and I stopped and I said, wait a minute. Canelo's going to kill this guy. This guy's old and washed. He's going to beat the hell out of him. I'm not wasting my money. I don't care if his name is Shane Mosley. I'm not wasting my money on putting that money on there because Canelo's going to kill him. Same thing happened for me with Dennis Schroeder. It's like, yo, Dennis Schroeder, though, he's kind of nice, but underrated for a long time, man. Lakers trying to win that championship back-to-back, Schroeder. And then I had to stop myself and say, Dennis Schroeder's not winning an NBA title as a starting point guard. What am I thinking? And it didn't happen.
Yeah, I didn't get that vibe until they started playing. And then it was like, oh, this isn't clicking. But I always liked Dennis Schroeder, man. I thought he was solid.
He's a good
and I still think he's solid. I just don't know. I don't know what his market is going to be. I know one of the things people were talking about, one of the things that was written about by our man Mark Spears over at the Undefeated had something to do with a sign and trade in terms of Russell Westbrook, and the only way that would really be possible is a sign and trade with Dennis Schroeder. What are you signing Schroeder for in terms of dollars? Like if you're the Washington Wizards and you're trying to get out of a certain amount of money, like you're not just throwing a whole bunch at Dennis Schroeder. You're trying to sign him for a bargain and taking other pieces back that will fill out the necessary contract requirements or necessary dollar requirements that you could get off your books ASAP. And keeping Schroeder for multiple years at a high per year number, that's not going to be what Washington wants to do. And I have no clue what that dude's market is going to be. None.
I mean, he like we just talked about, he's a good ball player, so he can help. But I think it's been a situation now where you see, okay, if he's our lead guard, we're not going that far.
Is it a lead guard or a lead guard with the Lakers?
A lead guard anywhere.
Okay.
Like this wouldn't be the case because De'Aaron Fox is here. But if he came to the Kings as the starting point guard or whatever, it'd be whatever. He's not doing much. But if he came to the Kings and played alongside or in a 3-guard type of rotation with Fox and Halliburton and him and coming off the bench and maybe finishing games sometimes, then, okay, now he's cooking because he's like kind of overqualified for that, right? He's a tweener. He's not really your starting point guard, but he's better than being your bench point guard. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
We'll step out. We'll come back. A lot happened in the NFL over the course of the last 24 hours, believe it or not, including something that's got my partner excited. You know, we know it doesn't take much to get Kenny excited, but this one really has him excited. And you won't believe it. It's a big wide receiver. We'll explain. D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I got to run to the door, man. I'll be right back.
Yeah. What happened to Shida Man's caps? What happened, man? Why? So he said his son hacked him. Yeah, I mean, you get somebody in here like Schroeder and, you know, maybe he finishes games for you. You know, that's what I look out at, like a Terrence Davis. I see him being that type of guy where sometimes if he's cooking, he can finish games for you. See. That Isaiah Thomas, Gordon Dragic, Eric Bledsoe? Yeah. Isaiah. Dragic is cool dude, but Isaiah was a beast. The Kings are so stupid for that one. Isaiah was. That hit Celtics fan pretty hard, huh? Damn, not even Tatum? Isaiah was special. Yeah. Damn. That's cold game. Ron Cruz, appreciate it, man. This ain't my squad, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm PSG all day, baby. Jesse, do they play each other? PSG and Barcelona? I will not wear this in Champions League. I got to get my PSG because I've been riding with PSG for years, for generations. Matter of fact, I need to have a segment talking about my top 3 most devastating PSG losses.
Oh, dear.
No, I don't. They're all on FIFA. That's where my PSG losses come from.
Okay.
But I'm tapping in this year. I already talked to Jesse about it. He's going to walk me through it. I'm really tapping into Champions League this year. We about to start you said in August or something, right, Jesse? Got you. Tapping in, baby. PSG. I'm giving you a PSG update every day.
During commercial.
Not really. I said I need that you got one to beat it.
Knock it off, David. No, Mo Harkless is not on the roster. He was just till the end of the year. He's a free agent.
So let me see. I think I got this right here, but the money that the Kings don't, if Rashawn Holmes leaves, that's not money that they get towards the cap. That was only for Rashawn Holmes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not like there's a bunch more money out there. Yeah. No, that's money that goes to Rashawn Holmes.
No, I don't think I'm having a 90%. Extra time. That's what it would be called. Extra time.
Absolutely. If you haven't downloaded the Odyssey app yet, you need to with the Odyssey exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners like you. Find your new summer soundtrack where there are hundreds of new stations for summer barbecues, birthday parties, road trips, working out, whatever it may be. Check out the Beatbox channel. That's one of my absolute favorites. You'll also find your favorite artist on Odyssey 2 on the all-new artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. You want to be a part of the show, 916-349-1320. You could connect with us. You want to watch the show, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Spent some time today talking about the NBA and some of the latest round of rumors.
I just saw the tweet Dr. David made for us. That's pretty funny. That's a pretty funny stuff.
Well, go follow us and see the tweet at Tilo and KC, at I am K Diddy, at Damian Barling. Go check that out. A couple of camps got underway early this week, the Dallas Cowboys and the Pittsburgh Steelers, but the NFL took the front page headlines, if you will, to use a newspaper analogy that the old man in front of me would understand.
Yeah, man. Absolutely.
The NFL sent out and I don't know any other way to call it other than a strongly worded memo. It was a 10-page memo with, it had a series of COVID-19 like vaccination incentives for players. It had like threats of forfeits, loss of game checks. Like it was a loaded 10-page memo. It also noted that, and this is nothing particularly new, that tier 1 employees, those are coaches, those basically tier 1 employees to an organization. And we heard this term when the NBA bubble got underway last year. Tier 1 employees are the ones that are closest to the players. You have to be vaccinated. It's not negotiable. If you're a tier 1 employee, you have to be vaccinated. Well, some coach that you probably never heard of for the Minnesota Vikings refused to get vaccinated, and the Vikings said, cool, thank you for your services, and he's been let go. That has sparked an incredible social media reaction because all of a sudden, people were really in defense of this random coach who you probably never heard of before today. And it's like, hey, wait a minute. Is this even legal? You can't force him to get a vaccination. It's his body. It's his right. But lost are the people who just a couple of short years ago were saying, whoa, 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 whoa. The NFL, it's a private business. They could do what they want. You know what? This coach right here is bad for business. The Minnesota Vikings have the right to not employ him. Where are those people? Because I used to hear that stuff a lot as it pertained to a particular quarterback who is no longer in the league. Like, hey, the NFL has a right not to employ somebody. How come the NFL has the right to tell a coach they need to be vaccinated to be employed?
All right.
Now, Kenny and I have a unique setup in which we do our show from home. Now, we don't do our show from home anymore because of COVID-related situations. We do our show from home because the ESPN 1320 studio is 4,000 years old and would look like hell on camera. And we have restructured, what we want to do with the radio show with the YouTube live stream and the Twitch live stream. If we were just doing a radio show that popped up on Odyssey and your favorite, podcasts and all of that stuff, we'd be in the studio, but we don't. They're building us a new studio that we could put the Luke Belair logos on, that we could put the D-Lo and KC logos on, that's fitting for a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel. But in order for us to get back into the building, we've got to be vaccinated. That's what our company's saying. To get into our building, you have to be vaccinated, and you've got to show proof of your vaccination. You got to upload your vaccination card. It's the company's business. It's the company's ability to state that. If you don't want to get vaccinated, you no longer have to work for that company.
Right.
And Minnesota decided, hey, you're a tier 1 employee. You don't want to get vaccinated? Cool. Thank you for your services. We'll check you later. Here coach is going to need a Hard Knocks reference. Coach is going to need you. Bring your playbook. Coach needs to see you in the office.
Yeah. To me, it's pretty simple. Like you don't. I say this all the time with a number of different things, but it is your right to do what you want to do with your body, what you want to inject in your body, whatever the case may be. It's not your right to work in the NFL. Like, it's not your right. That is a privilege. That is.
Oh, I've heard that before.
Hey, man.
Crazy.
These are the rules that they're playing by. If you don't want to play by them, you don't have to. You don't have to play by those rules. But you also don't get to be a part of what's going on. Simple as that.
And you know what's funny about all is people want to make this about, red and blue. They want to make this about Democrats and Republicans or Joe Biden and Donald Trump or whatever. Do all that. This you could frame your little mind however you want to. This is about money. The NFL lost a fortune last year. There is no chance the NFL is willing to lose a fortune again. And they're telling you, you're Baltimore, Tennessee, y'all have the issues that you had last year. That's cool. You're going to forfeit the game. We're not moving games 6 days for you. We might move a game 1 day for you. Right. We might move a game 2 days for you. We're not moving a game 6 days for you, and we sure as hell ain't going to a 19th or 20th week. So what we'll do is you'll forfeit the game, and you'll cover the cost for the lost revenue. If it's a road game for you, you're going to cover the lost revenue to your opponent. If it's a home game for you, you're going to cover the lost revenue for the league. These aren't small fines. These aren't $50,000 slaps on the wrist or $250,000 slaps on the wrist. These are millions of dollars worth of incentives to get to the threshold that the NFL wants teams to be at for vaccinated players. And you can have the Cole Beasleys and the DeAndre Hopkins, who apparently DeAndre Hopkins, if you're going to say it with your chest. He walked it back quick and deleted it from cyberspace as quickly as he could. Oh, I don't know, man. I got to consider my future in the NFL. 30 seconds later, no, I'm good for like 9 more years. Okay. You've got decisions to make. Now, players are in a different place than coaches. It's not mandatory for players to get vaccinated. It's mandatory for coaches to get vaccinated. People ask, like, why? That doesn't make any sense. Well, no, it probably has to do with the union.
Mhm.
It's easier to navigate with coaches in the coaches union than it is with the players in the players union.
Right.
Coaches agree to it. We're off and running. You don't want to do it? Cool. You can go. And we've seen that today. We've seen people go. But the NFL, they're not losing money. You're reading about variants. You're reading about cases here in Sacramento spiking. You're seeing hospital surges spiking. I was reading an article yesterday. The big surge is coming from unvaccinated people. Again, you have the right to do this however you want to. You are putting other people in danger, and you're threatening like the livelihood that you waited, like that you complained about for so long to finally get back to.
Right.
Nobody wants to go back to the complete quarantine, the complete lockdown. And we've gotten to the point where I don't think that we are. I don't care how bad this variant gets. I don't think any state in this country is going to have the balls to say we're going back on lockdown.
Right.
You know, but the people can, we already did that. We ain't doing it.
They'll card you at the door before they do that again.
Yep. Big facts.
They ain't going to that. But I mean, and I can understand, the players or anybody. I can literally understand why you're like, I'm not sold on getting a vaccine. I get it. But at the end of the day, you got a decision to make. You can either play ball the way the league, or in some cases, the rest of the country is trying to play ball, or you cannot. And that is your right. But understand the risk that you're putting yourself and others in.
But also remember this. If you went to kindergarten, you're probably vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, if you went to kindergarten, you've probably been vaccinated like 7 times.
Mm-hmm.
So to all of a sudden be 40 and think you're smarter than everybody else really speaks to the contrary.
Right.
Like you're probably the opposite. So, just go and I'm convinced now. I'm at the point where like it's not even worth arguing with people anymore. Like, you don't want to get the shot, don't get the shot. Like, we're never getting out of this. It was screwed up so bad from the start. Like COVID, people are like, I can't wait for COVID to be over. COVID's never going to be over. We're going to live with it forever because the handling of it when it first got here was so botched. And it's not just the Donald Trump thing. Like, he screwed it up saying, it'll be gone by Easter. Meanwhile, the second Easter rolls around and it's still here. Biden screwed up by saying, circle the 4th of July. You and I were like, okay, 4th of July, whatever you say. And the very next day, people were acting like it was the 4th of July. Meanwhile, it was like April. They was out there in mass hanging out and partying. And you said you was outside. People was outside the second the weather changed. Like, this whole thing has been so messed up from the start. I legit think we're going to be living with this. If not forever, for a very, 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 very long time. And the NFL, the NBA is going to do the same thing. They're going to figure out, what do we have to do to make sure we don't lock 17,000 fans out of our arena again? What do we have to do to make sure we don't lock 8,000 fans out of our arena again? Is it everyone who enters has to be vaccinated? Then that's what we're going to do. Yeah. Everyone who enters has to be vaccinated. Like, they're going to come up. These sports leagues, now that we've gotten hopefully far enough away from the worst part, they're not going to absorb another season like they had to in 2020. So if you want to be a season tickets holder, upload your vaccination card.
Yep.
Like, they're going to go through all of those precautions to make sure that never happens again, and they make as much money as possible.
It's either show that or get tested.
That's it.
In the parking lot or something like that. Yeah. I agree with Iceberg Slim. It says vaccinated people should have discounted floor seats.
Unfortunately for you and Aceberg Slim, vaccinated people can have floor seats, and they're going to be significantly more expensive. Especially at the Caraway compound. There's
seats. Boy, if you haven't gotten your personal seat license in yet, you might have to wait a couple years. Because they're locked in right now. They're locked in.
Yeah, I was there for the unveiling, and I was too late. I'm on a waiting list like a Green Bay Packer fan.
The ribbon cutting.
Yeah, I'm on the list like a Green Bay Packer fan, man. I'm just trying to get in. trying to get in. I hope you told security I'm coming over tomorrow just so I get through. People, hey, where's
yeah,
D'Lo?
Yeah, man, you're on the list. You're on the list.
Okay,
for
good.
Sure.
I'll bring my vaccination card and my ID so I can get through.
It's definitely needed. It's definitely needed here. Yeah.
But expect this. The NFL is obviously the start of it. Expect to hear it a lot more when the NBA rolls around. And, you could fight this as much as you want to. If you don't want to get vaccinated, don't get vaccinated. But at some point, it's probably going to get to the point where you might not be able to get into a sporting event anymore. Again, the NFL, the NBA, they're going to take as many precautions to ensure this does not happen again. These financial losses that these leagues suffered will never, ever happen again. And it'll be interesting to watch with bigger name players. DeAndre Hopkins obviously being one. Cole Beasley has been a random Twitter guy. And Cole Beasley's whatever. But like you've got stuff like that. I think Jalen Ramsey is out there. Like there are players. Mm-hmm. It's not like guy 53 who a general manager can simply say, okay, bro, like, thanks. I'm gonna call up my practice squad guy. Bring your playbook to coach's room. You're done. Yeah. Like you could expect it'll be an interesting episode of Hard Knocks when they have to call someone in a room and say, hey, you're not going to be responsible for 100,000 people not being able to come into our Jerry world. Yeah. You got to go.
And my money. You're not going to, if I'm Jerry or the Roonies, you ain't going to be responsible for messing up my money.
Imagine
you going to mess up somebody else's money.
I wonder what weight it would hold if Jerry came out, and maybe he has. I honest to God don't know. I haven't seen it. Well, would it hold weight if Jerry came out and said, hey, guys, we got to get vaccinated? Like,
hold weight with who?
The league, the players. Like here's Jerry breaking down the financial ramifications of what happens if you lose. Because it's one thing to put in a memo, hey, we're going to lose money. It's one thing to put into a memo to say, you've got to pay back, lost revenue. It's another thing to say, you've got to pay back lost revenue. Here's what the revenue equals. We heard this story, NBA, Christmas versus MLK. What was it, like 3 weeks?
Oh, yeah.
We heard the story that they were debating, like there were guys who were pushing for MLK Day. And Adam said, we're listening. Here's what that looks like. When they saw what it looks like, all of a sudden it was Christmas. It is. Hey, Merry Christmas. The NBA is back.
Yeah.
It's one day, guys. It's only 3 weeks. You're right. It's only 3 weeks. Here's what 3 weeks looks like. Guys, it's okay. All right. So what's the worst that could happen? We lose the game. Big deal. We got to pay back the revenue. You're right. Here's what the revenue looks like. When you see the number can change your mind pretty quick.
And I'll say this, maybe they can't do this. Maybe they're protected from this. But if I was Jerry or the Roonies and somebody's like, what's the big deal? We lost a game. We'll get fined. We'll pay that back. I'd be like the Uncle Phil meme. We. No, you're paying that back because I'm taking it out of your check.
Yeah.
that we didn't get this done. So ain't no we going on. Now, once again, they may not be able to do that, but that's how I'll be looking at it. You brought up a good point though, man, with those in the league and around the league against getting the vaccination. And it's pretty simple. You guys act like this is the first vaccination to ever be on the face of the earth, and it's far from it. You know what I mean? So once you're presented with that type of information, like, you're already vaccinated, quote unquote, for other stuff. Like,
tetanus shots, chicken pox, all that stuff.
What's the issue now? And it's a pretty difficult argument to come back from once you come with that reality that you're already vaccinated to a certain degree. Or not even to a certain degree.
Well, you are. You're not vaccinated for COVID. You're vaccinated for something else.
Right.
But you're like, you've taken a vaccine before. You've taken a shot of some kind before. And I know some people's hesitancy is this. They think that it was created too fast. I don't know. It doesn't even matter at this point. People have entrenched themselves in their views on it.
like how fast the measles vaccine was. Like oh no, I know for sure that one was thoroughly tested. Maybe you do. I don't know.
And it's and that's the other thing, like it becoming a political issue. Like, oh, this Republicans aren't getting vaccinated. For real? Okay, that's odd because your boy, he got vaccinated after nearly dying of the virus. Like your boy and his whole family is vaccinated, but y'all are like, nah, I'm good. Like it's weird. Like, how did this become a political thing? You look around these different states and you see the percentage of people that aren't vaccinated. Oh, you look at this red state, so and such percentage aren't vaccinated. That's why I said Sacramento's sneaky. You look at the percentage of Sacramentans that aren't vaccinated. I told you, man, Sacramento's sneaky. Mm-hmm. We've been fed such a line of crap with this city and the people in it. Man, that's as we say, that's cap. Everything you've heard about the city, that's cap. This city very much leans in a specific direction, and God bless it, the place I'm in now leans heavy in a certain direction. Man, y'all ain't out there getting vaccinated, huh? Okay, your boy is. Your boy nearly died after saying this. Oh, nothing here, but y'all hold out. See how that works, not only for you, but for everybody else involved. And that's the unfortunate part. If it really was, hey, my body, my choice, cool, do your thing. Your choices affect everybody else.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see.
And in the NFL, it affects your employment.
It affects your employment for sure. We'll see how it plays out, man. I'm interested to see. You got your Leonard Fournettes and Hopkins and Cole Beasley's. When it really gets down to it, when the blank hits the fan, what you really gonna do when you faced with being unemployed possibly, or they're coming to you saying, I need you to pay up because we just lost this much money because of your negligence. We'll see.
Speaking of chuckled at the Placer County jokes that are coming in on the YouTube chat. Placer County, stand up. We see you. Placer County's already standing up. They wouldn't dare kneel. Speaking of losing money, Jerry Jones is getting a little bit older. Like he sees, not to be morbid, he sees, there's a lot of years behind him. Yeah. And he's starting to reminisce in a way that I haven't heard him reminisce before. Jimmy Johnson, going into the Hall of Fame. He doesn't often talk about Jimmy Johnson. And with the Hard Knocks cameras rolling on Wednesday, speaking in front of a live media pool for the first time in over a year, he did.
The things that come to my mind, we had a great run of it. He's a great coach, and I'm proud to have him as a friend and proud to have had the times that we had. We just had a great experience.
Do you think you could answer Barry's question now?
I've never been able to know why. Fucked it up.
So Jimmy,
not just that, but anything else.
So Jimmy Jerry getting all emotional there. You heard the reporter. Can you answer Barry's question yet? The extended cut of that clip starts with he's telling a story about how Barry Switzer walked in on his first day on the job because Barry Switzer took Jimmy Johnson's place. Yeah. So he walks in his first day on the job and he gets into Jerry's office and he says, okay, where's Jimmy? He was like, well, Barry, Jimmy's not here anymore. I fired him. Mm-hmm. He goes, what do you want to talk to Jimmy for? And Barry says, I just want to know how you two effed this up so bad. And Barry's always said, like, hey, I didn't build the title team. I didn't have to do a lot of work for the title team, but give me credit for not screwing it up. Mm. And Jerry, I think for the first time is acknowledging, yeah, I let this one get the best of me. I screwed it up. And he also, in that same press conference, he said this.
I'd do anything known to man to get in a Super Bowl. That's a fact. And there's nothing in my mind that can have a higher priority than that.
Jerry's feeling the heat. Jerry's feeling the heat.
Man hadn't even got to an NFC championship game in the last 25 years or whatever, almost 30 years.
Mhm.
Should be feeling the heat. Earlier you talked about how, well, let me ask you, if Jimmy stays, do they have more than the one Super Bowl they got since he left? Because people kind of forget that they got one when he left.
Yeah, they got the next one.
The one after, the one in between. There's a Niner Super Bowl in between Jerry and Barry.
Okay. Yeah, it's obviously a great like hypothetical. It's a great what if Jimmy and Jerry had stayed together. Jimmy had a strong hand in putting together that team. It was in no like need or danger of needing to be rebuilt. We were still by 96 maybe was the last year. They were still a few years away from having to kind of restructure things a little bit. Jimmy kind of being the de facto general manager, if Jerry's ego would allow that, yeah, I think they would have had more Super Bowls. I mean, you look at Parcells. Parcells was responsible for Romo. He was responsible for like the next surge, like where the Cowboys had like a. I know if you watch ESPN any day during the offseason, you think no matter the year that the Cowboys are favored to win the Super Bowl. But when you look at that year following Tony Romo, who Bill Parcells signed, when you look at that year following with Terrell Owens and I think Marion Barber III was back there and Julius Jones, like you had some really, really good players there, and DeMarcus Ware was there, which I think is Bill Parcells' one hiccup because that was a draft pick that Jerry was insistent on and not Bill Parcells. Bill Parcells, though, a strong general manager type. When you look at that was a Super Bowl caliber team. Bill left. Bill didn't want to deal with Terrell Owens anymore. Bill was done.
I would even put that on Bill.
And Wade, well, sure, fair enough. And then Wade Phillips comes in. They get really, really close. Well, they go 13-3. They have a great team that year, and they lose in the divisional round to the Giants.
People will say I'm biased. I don't think they get more than the one after Barry. I think that team, the Michael Irvins, the Emmitt Smiths, they weren't spring chickens.
There was
just like any other team that goes through a run. You really in the NFL, you got a 3-4 year window, of guys playing long extended seasons like that. And by the time they won the second or Barry Switcher's title, that was 4 straight long seasons.
Yeah.
I don't know if they get another Super Bowl out of that. They shouldn't have won the one they got with Barry.
But they did.
Yeah. We messed that up. I don't even count
D'Lo and KC. We messed that up. What do we do?
49ers.
Oh, the 49ers.
I don't even count that as the 10 or 11 that they should have. I don't even count that when they were number 1 seed, lost at home in a divisional round to the Packers.
It's a shame. It's a shame. Well,
we should probably have about 13 now that I mention it.
Since you're all worked up about the 49ers, let's talk about them. Let's talk about the 49ers. Let's talk about another wide receiver acquisition that may be out there. Let's talk some football here on Sacramento's home for 49er football. Stilo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
You guys don't mind me real quick.
Oh dear. Let's hold on. Let's get the banner off. Let's get the banner off. All right. Oh, let's see. I hate that you could see the ring light in the Malcolm X frame.
All right, I'm back.
Okay. All right. I'm surprised you ain't got that case of blue that some of us. I mean,
I'm just saying,
look at.
man,
I'm saying. You look here. You just D'Lo got one lonely bottle all by itself. And old KC got a case of the blue for his birthday.
I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret, a little behind the scenes, and let you guys know we don't rock with this stuff just because we got a partnership. Having a little get together, a little champagning and campaigning. I'm gonna go buy some Bumble. I'm gonna go buy some Bel Air. today.
I was gonna say you ain't gonna buy blue. You ain't gonna be able to find it.
I can't find that one. I don't have that kind. But that's how much I rock with it. I'm about to go buy some.
One lonely bottle.
Me too. You see it. You see it.
Yeah, I saw IG too. You can shoot me a note. I have some Bel Air if you need me to.
It's not even that, I just want a little more bamboo, and for what I'm doing, we having this punch. It's gonna be like a rum punch. So we're using bamboo for the rum. I want to make sure I got enough. And I saw somewhere, I probably shouldn't even say nothing because people gonna go out and try and go get it. I saw they had some cream somewhere. I want some more cream. So I'll go get one of those.
Make a smoothie with the workout in the morning. Make a smoothie with my bamboo cream.
That's a hell of a workout on deck.
I need to dip into that one. What I really like. Oh, David, you read my mind. That's exactly what I was thinking. Except I don't drink after dinner. I drink before dinner. I don't like drinking after dinner.
What?
Yeah, I don't like drinking after dinner. I like drinking before.
Like drinking alcohol or just drinking in general?
I'm drinking alcohol.
Okay, just making sure. I'm just anytime.
Anytime,
no matter before, after, during.
I mean, I wouldn't.
The thing I don't do is I don't drink in the AM or
well,
probably before the evening.
Saturday. I mean, I think Saturday at 2:00 is fair game.
Yeah.
Depending on who and what you're doing.
I mean, I don't look down on it. It's just I haven't gotten into that.
Maybe I gotta get you know what it is after dinner, because between dinner and in the cookies, the chocolate chunk cookies, it's
a lot of chocolate.
I'm good. I'm usually chill right there. So adding a drink on top of that, sometimes I don't know. Maybe I need to try it. Yeah, maybe I need to try it.
I may try something tonight. I know that much.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. This is what we're talking about right here. Drinking on an empty stomach. That's where it's at. And then you go get your dinner. You in good shape. That's
good
perfect.
Shape? How? That's why you take a drink and then you get up and you're like, "What in the hell just happened?" Because you had nothing in your system.
That is accurate. That is accurate. And I don't apologize for that. I need to get some cigars. Now that I got a little bit more space in the backyard, I need to get some cigars. So we go sit out there and
still hadn't got my cigar game up, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on that one. I'm not a aficionado, if you will. Absolutely. And breaking news on ESPN 1320 is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Become a better sports better. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app on visit betql.com today.
DJ Jesse Tapia is killing it with the Throwback Friday.
Yeah, he got them late 90s joints popping.
So while you daydream, I'm a steady gleam and not deal with that pose of Maybelline. Ooh, that boy made that there.
Good edit there.
I've been editing since I was 11. Yeah. If I say the actual words next to Cheryl,
be in trouble.
That reminds me. I think this is okay to say. I was watching Everybody Hates Chris, and I think I talked about it on the show where he goes, something happened. He stood up to his mom and talked back to her, and he said something to the effect of, "Man, I talked back to her, and she smacked me." And then he gets smacked. And he comes back and he goes, "She slapped the black off of me." And he gets slapped and he comes back as an Asian kid.
Oh, jeez. Oh, goodness.
That cracked me up when I watched that. Underrated show. Everybody.
I haven't seen that that's not something I've rewatched. I haven't seen it in long.
There was a time when it was in syndicate. I think it still is, but it would be on VH1 or MTV, randomly, all the time, Modern Family or something like that. And every time I would probably waste about an hour and a half watching 3 episodes because they be cracking me up on there.
Have y'all ever seen Ted Lasso? I saw that getting talked about here in the chat. I didn't
I
understand
heard
why.
about it.
I guess the
heard about
season 2 premiere is it's up on, I think, Apple TV today.
Is Ted Lasso the soccer coach show?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard about it.
I've never seen it. I've never heard a bad thing about it, but I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I'll have to dive into it here at some point. I'm gonna have to rewatch some parts of the Olympic opening ceremonies. I was up. I saw.
So you saw. What time was it?
By the time I went to NBC at 5:10, the Parade of Nations was on. So they were. It was weird because they were coming in, waving. You know, they were doing the bit, but it was empty. Like there was. Like it's empty, and they had I wouldn't even call them cardboard. There was stuff there, so it just wasn't blank.
Backpacks.
Yeah, pretty something like that. And so it was interesting. I saw Naomi Osaka. That was a pretty dope moment. I did see the U.S. in the Parade of Nations. So yeah,
I mean they absolutely got to do what they got to do. It's whatever. And I don't mean to disparage any of the athletes going over there and trying to achieve their dreams. The Olympics is going to be so whack without fans. It's going to be not good. And you were there, you can attest to it. One of the most electrifying moments in sports was before that 100-meter race. Or was it the 100 or the 200 meters?
The 100.
Insane ball.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was insane.
The electricity jumped off the screen. You felt like, yo, this is the biggest deal probably of this sports year right now. That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
And you're not going to get that in nothing.
Yeah. I there's a video somewhere on our social channels of like me filming it with the camera. You got frisked like you wouldn't believe. Day one, walking into Olympic Stadium or walking into the different venues, dude, you'd get a full TSA. You've been pulled aside, pat down. But you could bring a camcorder in with no problem. By the second week of the Olympics, they were doing the man meme pat down, going like, you know, not even touching you. They were doing that by the end of the Olympics. But you could bring a camcorder in, and this back in the day, the 2008, it was camcorder time, and I filmed that 100-meter final.
That's fire. That film that and this ain't. Keep in mind, everybody that's listening to this, it ain't like Damien was in the cheap seats. He wasn't in the Bob Uecker seats. That boy was there. I wasn't even in a seat. I was like, I worked my way down as low as I could get and just started. It's like, I'm filming this. I had the opportunity to either see, and this is tough for me. Like I feel like I made the right decision, but there were two events happening at the same time. We had tickets to both. Both the 100-meter final and Roger Federer. Well,
and
okay.
That was for me. I like Roger Federer. That was tough. So we were actually split on what to do. So we just went to the different events. I went to the 100. She went to Federer, and
she got the short end of the stick.
We left with our memory.
And no disrespect to Roger Federer, but she got the short end of the stick with that one. I definitely would have been where you were at. And here's the other thing about that. Roger Federer, great. I understand you love him. It's not what necessarily makes him great. And what I mean by that is, if it was him in a Wimbledon final, that's a tough decision. But it's the Olympics. You know what I mean? That's not to say it don't matter that he's getting a gold medal, but Wimbledon, US Open, all that stuff, that's what makes him legendary.
It's going to be pretty wild if the Joker gets a gold medal. Like, because like you start looking around, I've said this to you before. I know it's not your bag, but you can make an argument that the three greatest tennis players of all time are playing tennis right now. Novak Djokovic, Roger Federer, and Rafael Nadal. And you could talk about Pete Sampras and all of these other guys, Jimmy Connors. You could talk about all of these guys from back then if you want to. When you talk about winning, and you realize not only are these guys winning like they're all sitting at 20 Grand Slams, and they're playing each other. It's not like they're coming along in different eras. This is like Bill Russell beating LeBron James. You know what I mean? Or LeBron James beating Bill Russell to get to the finals. Like it's just a phenomenal era of tennis. So that's in 2008. I think I can't remember if that incredible. No, U.S. Open is a little. Was it U.S. Open? It was Wimbledon. Federer and Nadal in a
is that the one where they went to the darkness?
It went for like 8 hours because there was like a rain delay in the middle.
Yeah.
When it all added up, I think it was like 4.5, 5 hours of playing time. It was incredible.
Let me ask you something real quick.
2008 was a wild sports year. That was that was Rocco. That was Rocco and the broken tiger leg.
Ooh.
U.S. Open, the last U.S. Open that he won. That was all happened in 2008.
So you should do relive on sports years.
Stop trying to give me more work to do. I'm having a hard time keeping up with what I do.
But maybe this is just a personal thing for me. But let me ask you if I'm off base with this. Is women's tennis the one sport where people find, and I don't mean no disrespect once again, but where general sports fans find the women more interesting than the men? I find women's tennis, I'm more apt to like set that as appointment TV than the men's tennis.
But that's because of Serena.
It's Serena,
Naomi Osaka, and that's the case. The characters. Characters are what pull you in.
Right. Absolutely.
Like character. Absolutely. I just talked about this golden age. If Roger's gone, Joker's gone, you better find someone to pull me in. Because it ain't gonna be for me. I'm watching those guys. They have those three, and this is me individually, not in the masses. Those three have the Tiger effect on me. Joker's there, I'll watch. Rafa's there, I'll watch. Roger's there, I'll watch. They have that effect on me. Serena's the same thing. Probably because I think Serena's bigger than all of them.
And she's, like we talked about one day, there's a lineage now with Naomi and Sloane and Coco that will live on. John brings up a good one. He says the women's national soccer team, they get more views. Here's the thing. This is just me personally, not the consensus. They're almost too good. I know they're going to win. And it's maybe an argument that people
win the other day.
They did not win.
I don't know that Megan Rapinoe feels that way.
They did not win the other day, but they have no peer, right? It's even if they had one or two teams, at least, and I could be uneducated with this one. Maybe they do have somebody that's right on their level, but it feels like there's nobody that can touch them. Same thing, women's basketball. Like I said, I probably won't watch too much of the pool play. There's not anybody. They're going to beat the hell out of a lot of these people. Now, when we get to the medal play, okay, because it's all on the line. Yeah. But they're so good. The women's basketball team generally is so much better than everybody else. I think in some respects, for me, it hurts because they're going to win, and they might even beat the hell out of them. So I'll watch. Like I said, I'll watch if we're talking World Cup. I'll probably watch in the championship rounds and things of that nature. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Yeah, greatness don't bother me, but yeah, it makes sense.
I love greatness.
Well, why don't you support it then?
I'm watching it, but there's a level of intrigue. I know they're gonna win. Can't nobody touch them girls. They too damn good. They too good. They need a rival. Ali wasn't Ali.
I'm fine with watching Megan Frazier. I'm fine with Megan Rapinoe doing the pose. I'm good with that. Give me that all day.
That's a signature. That's up there with Tatis Jr. with some of my signature moves and
that pose is fire.
Yeah.
That pose is absolute fire.
But look, I'll tell you this. So they lost the other day. I'm intrigued now. Oh, they can lose. Well, I'm about to see if my girls can win now. I got to see what they got. I'm going to check them out. A little loss added a little intrigue for somebody like me. Got to get behind them. Come on.
Shout out to Laura over at CBS, our family over at CBS 13. She just tweeted us as we were having this conversation. You talk about team. It's the U.S. Women's soccer team. That's the one right there.
We love the U.S. Women's team here in the States.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Listen to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. She's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We're thrilled that you're here with us on Twitch, YouTube, on the Odyssey app. We're on 1320 a.m. wherever you may be. Thanks for hanging out and spending part of your Friday with us. The opening ceremony did air live this morning. It'll air in prime time, and I'm guessing the prime time edition will be a little bit more exciting.
We got to go through that again.
Well, you didn't go through it the first time because you were asleep.
Yeah,
so you can.
Done. I thought I got away from it. Can't we just get to the games now?
Well, I think it's going to be a little bit more entertaining tonight from a television perspective because they canned a bunch of interviews. So instead of sitting through the parade of nations, I do want to point out. Do you remember the Tongan guy? You remember the Tonga? So if for those who have watched, I think like the last several Olympics, Tonga comes out and they've got this guy who's ripped to shreds. He's oiled up like you wouldn't believe. He's like, Macho Man Randy Savage circa 1989. He's covered in baby oil and he's holding the flag. Mm-hmm. This dude apparently doesn't age, nor does he gain weight because they made it a point to point out, hey, the Tongan guy is back. And I looked over at the screen and there he was, shirtless, oiled up.
He's an Olympian, right?
I don't know if he's an Olympian or he's just the guy they assigned to carry the flag, but he's an internet hit. He is an internet hit for sure. You can see that guy.
Okay.
Sue Bird carried the flag, or she was one of the people who carried the flag.
I saw Damian Lillard.
Mm-hmm.
He had it wasn't the flag, but he had a handkerchief wrapped around his head like he was Jules Santana.
Well, you get the whole uniform. That's part of that's part of the deal. You get the uniform. It's normally outfitted by like the ones from 2008. I remember were designed by Ralph Lauren, and you got scarves. I heard you like accessories. You got a ton of accessories with this Olympic outfit.
I mean, look, if the opening ceremonies were an hour, I probably be like, that's all good.
No,
they're not.
They're very much not.
They're not.
The opening ceremonies. They are
more so what I'm against. Not the opening ceremony. Well, I got to be here for 4.5 hours.
The opening ceremony are all 3 days of the NFL draft combined into one day. Like the opening ceremony is like WrestleMania 35 when it went 8.5 hours long. Like that's the opening ceremony. And the games will get underway tomorrow. I think basketball gets underway early Sunday morning. Both 3-on-3 gets underway. And
is there a 3-on going tonight or late tonight?
By late tonight, do you mean tomorrow?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, I think it does start tomorrow. I feel like it's Sunday. I feel like I should know this.
Basketball for sure, like the the regular basketball. I know that's Sunday. But I feel like 3-on-3 gets started like a week or two early.
Worth pointing this out. Chris Middleton, Drew Holiday, Devin Booker, they'll all be eligible to play in that game on Sunday. They've arrived. Obviously they just played a game. They've been going through protocols. There's nothing different that they really have to do in terms of getting there and clearing, protocols or whatever. So they'll be available for Team USA on Sunday, should they be needed. I'm going to go out on the limb. So they're probably not going to be needed. I don't imagine pool play is going to be super competitive for the U.S. men's national team. I think there could be some medal round games that are competitive, but I don't think we took a look at the pool and it was like, you guys should be good.
Yeah,
you guys should be good.
It should be all right.
I had mentioned this a couple of moments ago and want to dive further into it as we were talking about the San Francisco 49ers before the break, and my partner was getting a little worked up talking about the 49ers talking about the quest for 6 championships. This team should have 10, 11, 12. This team should have 13 championships.
We really should have 13 Super Bowls. Stop playing with me. You know what it is.
Well, they don't. They have 5, and they're looking for number 6. And you have stated on multiple occasions, whether it was Julio Jones, or hell, there was another receiver that was on the market. There's multiple. Give us a big receiver. The 49ers need a big receiver. And I keep saying to you, is that a necessity or a luxury? You say, no, it's a necessity. Well, my 49er friend, talks between the Green Bay Packers and Devonta Adams have come to a screeching halt. As Devonta Adams enters the final year of his contract. And I don't know if you're aware of this. You may not have been paying attention, and I certainly understand. Things aren't going particularly well in Green Bay right now. They have some distractions coming from members of their roster. So I'll hit you with the obligatory question.
Okay.
Kenny, he says, already knowing the answer. Would you like to see the San Francisco 49ers make a run at Devonta Adams?
Absolutely.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Maybe I should frame this as, Kenny, is there a wide receiver in the league that you think the 49ers shouldn't make a run at? You don't have to answer that. I was kidding.
I'm trying to think. I mean, well, look, they need a wide receiver. All right. That's not my fault. And the whole thing about it is I'm saying they need a wide receiver, and it's not a knock on the receivers that they have. Obviously, I love Deebo Samuels. I love Brandon Ayuk, but there's two things with them. And I don't know why I'm talking like Roy Jones Jr.
I don't either, but digging it.
There's two reasons why I'm not so comfortable with that all the time. Number one, they're both a little, they're not short, but they're not the big wide receiver, big possession wide receiver physically that Julio is, or that a Devonta Adams is, or hell, Kendrick Bourne had a good build on him. They're not that. Number two, we don't really have this issue too much with Brandon Ayuk right now. But Deebo Samuels, what I say all the time, he's the guy that you can't depend on playing 16, 17 weeks the way, you would want him to. So part of keeping him ready to go for a playoff stretch or a playoff run is taking off some of the workload. And if you can get another big-time wide receiver that could take off the workload and then put Deebo, they could transfer Deebo and Brandon Ayuk in between the slot and all that other stuff. It just balances everything out. Wide receiver and secondary were two spots where I was like, they could definitely use some upgrades. Secondary for sure. Wide receiver was probably second on that list. If there's a guy out there with the team that the 49ers have right now, man, come on now. Come on. Don't be afraid to tap into that and see if you can pull that trigger. Come on now.
Are you concerned if they don't?
I'm not concerned.
I know I've asked you if this is okay. That's what I was getting at. I know I've asked you if this is a luxury or a necessity. You think it's a necessity, but it's not a necessity that predicates them being successful this season.
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily. I don't believe it make or breaks their season, right? As far as being a successful one or anything like that. Maybe it'll be a make or break deal for a Super Bowl. Maybe. I don't know. But as far as being good this year, being a playoff team, I don't think the wide receiver core is gonna hurt those chances by any means. But Devonta Adams, if he's there, if they talk about come on, man. Come on now.
I don't okay, let's be clear. I don't know that he's there. It's just they were allegedly the two sides were attempting to work on something together. And I whether it was yesterday or this morning or sometime recently, those talks have been broken off. Now, Devonta Adams already said he's not holding out because he doesn't want to get fined. So this isn't a pay me or lose me situation. This isn't a pay me or I won't show up situation. He wants to make the money that's in his contract. So he's going to show up to training camp. And I don't know if that makes the situation more amicable. I don't know that a trade is even potentially out there. I don't know how much of any of this is predicated on what Aaron Rodgers winds up doing over the course of the next week or so. But it doesn't appear to be a dire situation between the Green Bay Packers and Devonta Adams. I still think it's worth a call. Yeah. I just don't know, where they're at with this.
I don't know if it's dire, but I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. And this goes into something that I wanted to ask you, where yesterday I made the statement with the Niners signing Fred Warner and just the way that they go about things organizationally. I said, I'm fully confident that they are now in the conversation and in the category of a Patriots, of a Steelers, of a Ravens. I'll even put the Seahawks in there, the Saints, the Packers. And what I mean by this is teams that are always there. Whether or not they win a Super Bowl, that's a different question. But they're always there. They're always a team that at their high end, they're a true Super Bowl contender. Their low end, their floor is fringe playoff team, but they can get in with the wild card. That's where they're at. They're never in a 2-14 situation, a 4-12 situation, top of the draft. That's not what they do. I feel like the Niners have jumped into that group. Now, you heard me mention the Packers and the Saints, and they've been at that level for 15, for the Packers, you probably say 20, 25 years now. With everything going on with Aaron Rodgers, with everything now seeming to go on with Devonta Adams in New Orleans, losing Drew Brees, which was the turning point for that franchise. Do you think those organizations have the infrastructure to continue to be on that level? Now that their mainstays, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, if Brees is gone now, Aaron Rodgers, even if he's not gone now, he's going to be gone soon. Was it them or is it just the organization? Kind of like the Steelers. The Steelers are like that. The Steelers have had multiple coaches, multiple quarterbacks, but the way the Rooneys and all these guys go about business, they've maintained for a super long time. Are the Packers and the Saints in that type of category?
Man, that's a hell of a question that we could have a clearer view of this year by watching the New England Patriots. Because it wasn't that the question. It was framed differently.
Right.
Is it Bill? Is it the organization? Or is it Tom Brady? Well, right now, it was Tom Brady. Yeah. But admittedly, and I think admittedly meaning Robert Kraft, Bill Belichick, they didn't have a strong roster. They didn't have a strong roster to support Tom Brady. The final year he was there, they didn't have a strong roster. Last year, they made a lot of changes to their roster. What does that look like, though? Like, what does that ultimately amount to? That could be a peek into the futures of the New Orleans Saints. That could be a peek into the future of the Green Bay Packers if they wind up moving on from Aaron Rodgers. That's a fascinating question, though, that I think we should dig further into, because obviously we mentioned Tom Brady, we mentioned Drew Brees, we mentioned Aaron Rodgers, we mentioned 3 quarterbacks. Organization, you talked about the Steelers. Sure, they've had multiple quarterbacks, but over the last decade and some change, they've had Ben Roethlisberger. And while I'm not the biggest Ben Roethlisberger fan, he has equated for the most part to W's for that organization. At least in doing his part, he's equated to W's for that organization.
Yep.
The 49ers, they've acquired their next quarterback. What does that all mean? We'll dive into that. Plus, you asked, you received, you got a birthday wish from the San Francisco Giants. Talk about that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Damn it. I meant to hit that right here. That's my bad. I got it when we get back.
All right. What's going on? 13th round. It is Friday, July 23rd. You already know what I'm going to talk about right now, because we should be on the eve of the trilogy between Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. We're not, because Tyson Fury caught COVID and his camp caught COVID. COVID. Tyson Fury, he was talking the other day, and he was talking about how he's the last person that should be blamed for this whole COVID thing. He doesn't walk around with the big entourage, and there was 1 or 2 careless people in his camp that caught it, and that's what happened. But he's upset at what happened, that he's the last person that should be blamed for all this. Let me go ahead and say it. Tyson Fury, shut the hell up. You are to blame. Whether there's so much craziness going on with Tyson Fury because number one, he says he don't have an entourage, but he was running around either with COVID, if you believe that, or he's supposed to be in quarantine because people in his camp had, I don't know, but he was running around a Vegas hotel lobby, unmasked, just doing whatever, willy-nilly. He was running around Las Vegas that way. So this guy is a pure clown. He's a pure clown. So the fact that this fight isn't happening tomorrow night, I do place the blame squarely on him for either being negligent or lying, one of the two. You know what I mean? I'll put it to you like this. If it was up to Deontay Wilder and his camp and everybody in his team, the fight would be happening. But you got Tyson Fury. I've been saying a long time now, I don't think Tyson Fury had COVID. I don't believe he had COVID. Nothing adds up to the fact that he has COVID. Nothing. Not one thing. I don't think he had it. I don't think he was ready to fight. He was getting beat up in sparring. He was too busy running around the country, partying, being all this other, doing all this other stuff. He wasn't ready to fight. They knew that. They had an out, with the whole COVID situation. And him, Aram, and the team, they backed out of the fight. So I don't think he was ready. Today, let's see what the people got to say. I got my main man, David. David says, he asked, Kenny, do you think Spence is the face if he beats Pacquiao? Older generation is taking notice now. Pac wins his legacy. I don't think Errol Spence is the face. You guys know I got him number one as a pound for pound best fighter in the world. That's no shade to Canelo, but I think that highly of Errol Spence. And I think more importantly, I think that highly of his competition. If he's able to beat Manny Pacquiao, who is quote unquote past his prime, but he just beat an undefeated fighter in Keith Thurman after thoroughly dominating somebody like Adrian Broner. And think what you want about those guys. These are still mid to top level guys that a guy like Manny Pacquiao is dominating. If Errol Spence can dominate him, beat Manny Pacquiao like that, I don't know if you could say he's the face because that's still Canelo. Canelo probably sells more tickets and pay-per-views than an Errol Spence would. But once again, he would still be my number one pound for pound. That goes on his resume like crazy. So that's going to be coming up in August. We're going to start the build up to that. And August to October is about to be crazy for boxing. We got Spence, Pacquiao, Canelo, Wilder, Fury, maybe Bud. It's going to be crazy. We'll get to it all here on the 13th round. Appreciate you.
Good stuff. The California Classic is coming to the Golden One Center for a 2-day event showcasing some of your favorite California basketball teams on August 3rd and 4th. Head to ESPN1320.net/contest right now to enter for a shot at winning tickets. You didn't ask for much for your birthday. You just got a little greedy and said, hey, maybe the Giants maybe they can get one more here. Maybe they could take 3 or 4 in this Dodgers series. Well, brother, ask and you shall receive. Not only did the Giants take 3 or 4 from the Dodgers, they did it in dramatic fashion with 3 straight games that featured a comeback win in the 9th inning. The Giants getting another one last night and Jensen getting booed off the mound again.
So let me get this straight here.
Mm-hmm.
Giants win game 1. They explode in the 7th inning to finally get some timely hits and do things that way.
Runners in scoring position.
Yep. Then they lose game 2 on a walk-off by Will Smith. They were up 6-5 in the 9th inning. Will Smith hits a 3-run home run. Dodgers win game 2.
Yep.
Then you got game 3 where the Dodgers went into the 9th inning up 2-1. Wilmer Flores, 2-run home run. Dodgers blow a 9th inning lead. Kenley Jansen booed off the mound. Is that correct?
That's accurate.
Then last night, the Dodgers go into the 9th inning up 3-1. Kenley Jansen gives up hits, gives up walks in the tying run. They try to get the game winning play at second base. Taylor can't turn it fast enough. Lamont Wade Jr. knocks Kenley Jansen out of the game again. Giants end up winning 5-3. That's correct?
That's all accurate. You
So
you are leaving out the part about Dave Roberts getting tossed, but that's details.
Dave Roberts getting tossed, I think, for the second straight game, by the way.
I was just going to point that out. Yep. Now we don't talk about people like Dave Roberts here on the show. Just going to point out he got tossed. He got tossed for the second straight game.
It's tossed for the second straight game. The Giants win 3 of 4, and that includes 2 ninth-inning blown saves by the Dodgers and Kenley Jansen. Is that correct?
Yep.
Are y'all finished or y'all done?
I'm just making sure that everything is correct.
I just want to point out though,
Mhm.
because this is one of those funny things about baseball. It's not like the Dodgers have to wait long to try to get some revenge here on the Giants, or it's not like the Giants have to wait long to further humiliate the Dodgers, because they play again on Tuesday.
Yeah, I can't wait.
In San Francisco.
Yeah. Now, as you see, I'm trying to drive this point home.
I noticed.
I want all the Dodger fans out there to hear exactly what's going on here.
Yep.
Once again, the Dodgers blew back-to-back ninth-inning leads to lose both games to the Giants. Is that correct, Damian?
Yes, it's correct. Oh, that's
Shout the season,
Hey, man.
I got the extended. I got the club version.
It definitely gets the club version. And when I see these Dodgers, boy, this is how I feel.
Boy, these kids are some circus clowns.
Oh, man. I loved it. They definitely gave me a birthday present. And I can't even really thank the Giants. I can't thank that.
Oh,
I got to thank Kenley Jansen.
Mm.
I got to thank Dave Roberts. Because if it wasn't up to you guys blowing leads again, hey, none of this would be possible. So I know where my bread is buttered. And my bread is buttered with Kenley Jansen. And in basketball, we see guys on the other team that aren't particularly good, or they're a turnover or a missed shot waiting to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a term for them, and we say, he with us. Kenley Jansen, he with us.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. I hit him last night in the living room. I hit him with that basketball. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of evidence to support that theory, as Jensen has allowed 9 earned runs in 5 2/3 innings pitched versus the Giants this season.
Oh, he with us. He with us.
His ERA is 14.29 against the San Francisco Giants. I mentioned 9 earned runs in 5 2/3 innings. He's allowed 4 earned runs in 32 2/3 innings versus all other teams this season. ERA versus the Giants, 14.29. ERA versus everybody else, 1.1.
He see that orange and black, and he with us. We in his head, baby. We in his head. And now the Giants, 3 games up in the National League West. They got the Pirates, who some were comparing to a AA team earlier this year with some of the bloopers that they had going on in Major League Baseball. I think I wouldn't say they're playing better baseball, but at least they're a Major League team now.
They're not appearing on blooper reels as much as they were.
They're a Major League team now.
Yes.
But with that being said, without question, Giants need to take 2 out of 3. I remember you called for it one time when they were playing the Diamondbacks. Need to sweep them. Mm-hmm. Some people would say they need to sweep the Diamondbacks. And then you go into this Dodger series. Let's say you sweep the Pirates. Maybe you come out of that gaining a game on the Dodgers in that. Maybe you're up 4 going into that Dodger series. You win 2 out of 3. If my math serves me correct, if you go in starting at 4, you win the first one, you're at 5. You lose the second one, you're back at 4. You win the third one, you're back at 5. If they can come out of this whole basically 7-game stretch against the Dodgers up 5 games.
Oh, wow.
They came into it up 1 game in the standings.
Yeah.
If they can come out of that thing up 5, we got action. Going into August, I like that. I like that. And it's a very real possibility. Last night was beautiful. I told you I was starting to realize, all right, I was getting locked into Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Queen Bee, Reese, my mom, Cheryl L. Grove, they were all right there as I was watching. And I was up in there. I was in there. I was like, let's go, baby. Let's go, Giants. Let's go. Now, they got away with a gift. I don't know if you saw the play call. Darren Ruff, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Yeah.
He absolutely swung at the pitch. It was a check swing. He absolutely went around. The umpire at first base said he did not swing. I thought they were going to replay. I didn't know that wasn't a reviewable play. I'll take it.
That's the play for those who didn't see. That's why Dave Roberts was ejected. He was furious over that call. Which is always funny to me. Like baseball manager anger always makes me laugh. But I appreciate Dave Roberts for just throwing his hat and being upset versus like picking up first base and walking back to the dugout.
Now, would you be that kind of guy, that kind of manager?
In my head, I'd like to say no. But knowing how easily I can get frustrated, I'm going to be real with myself here for a moment and say I could see myself potentially flying off the handle like that.
It's so ridiculous.
I hope not. I hope not. But I also have to be real. I know who I am. I'm flawed.
It's so ridiculous sometimes too. I bet sometimes these umpires are looking at these managers like, you look like a damned fool.
Oh, very much so. Oh, very much so.
Yeah. Do you think cursing me out is going to change the call?
Yeah.
Like, it ain't gonna happen. And then some of the famous tirades, like when the guy, I think it was a minor league guy, he like built a mound by home plate and like torpedoed.
Oh, ridiculous. Ridiculous. Let's get let's acting like children. 916-349-1320. Let's start with the homie Mitch. Mitch, we're good, man. What's happening?
Mitch.
How you doing, Damon? Tracy, happy belated birthday, Kenny.
Man, appreciate you, Mitch. Thank you, man.
I hope you like that road Wednesday, because that's going to be the last.
Oh.
Once the Dodgers get back Corey, and we have this time to get that reliever from, I say, Chicago. He's on his last leg too, like Kenny. Yes, also.
Hey, the streak is over, Mitch. The streak is over. You already won the NL West this year. It's over. Giants got it this year, Mitch.
916-349-1320. Great to hear from you, Mitch. As always, I always forget Mitch is a Dodgers guy. Like that, I always forget that.
Let's over, Mitch.
Let's get to the homie John. John, what's good?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, John?
Hey, I've been trying to get a hold of you for a little while. I really appreciate the call. So I, about a year ago, created a petition with Change.org to replace the Cy Young Award with a Bob Gibson Award.
Mm.
Yeah, and there's a couple reasons why. It's really kind of, it was the whole project is motivated by a really simple question. And the question is, does Cy Young really represent contemporary American and MLB culture and pitcher excellence in today? And there's 2 facts that I came across that tell me no, he's really not the right guy in this time and era. And I wonder if you give me a few seconds to kind of explain that to you.
I'm curious.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, we have to look at the play that he was involved in, the league as it was. 1890, it was completely segregated. In fact, if you go 4 years before that, African Americans are actually playing in the major leagues. But then that was shut down in 1887, and by 1890, completely locked out. So Cy Young's career, he never had to face the best of the best of the best in the African American leagues.
Yeah.
And so you have to wonder, it's kind of like you put an asterisk there, and then when you look at the bottom of the page, you just look at the asterisk, and it says segregated league, because there were plenty of excellent players in the African American leagues. We know that people like Cool Papa Bell and Satchel Paige and Josh Gibson, they didn't just come out of the woodwork, but they had a fully formed league and game style that probably would have given Cy a run for his money. And maybe his records aren't so beautiful at the end of playing all of the best of America, right? And
absolutely.
This is no slight against Cy, by the way. I love Cy. He's a legend. His career is what it is, and you're never going to change it. But again, is the times in which he played representative of the kind of league that we have today? And you have to say no. The other fact that is even more important in my mind is the person who created the award is a man by the name of Fort Frick. Now, Fort Frick is racist. In fact, him and Larry McPhail and Will Harridge in 1946 produced what is notoriously known as the McPhail Report, in which these individuals with other owners proposed whether or not the league should continue to be segregated, and they said, yeah, it should continue to be segregated. And for a number of reasons, but first and foremost, because they said that white audiences, white fan base, would not want to come to a baseball game if the stands were integrated, because they would become offended by the black fan. And then on top of that, he said that the African-American players weren't qualified, that they couldn't play as well, even though you had people like Rube Foster beat the best of the pitching at his time. Yeah. So you look at Fort Frick and you ask yourself, if this man was to create an award today in this time and age and say this is the best pitcher in American history, would we even listen to him?
That's a great point. And I don't think we would. And that's why Babe Ruth disguised his identity for so many years, as we learned. Hey, Jesse, get John's email for me, if you could. Grab John's email if he hasn't hung up yet. And I want to exchange information with him. That was some good stuff that he said right there. But again, that's why Babe Ruth had to disguise it. He was a black power hitter for all those years.
Only half joking.
And I have to commend Babe as well for doing that really silly run around the bases to throw people off the scent. Like, he couldn't run like a brother runs, because then everyone be like, "Hey, the hell is that?" So he does like the fat guy trot. Yeah,
he was committed, man. You got
he knew. Brother Babe knew what's up.
During that,
I'm kidding, but I don't. John, call. I see that John hung up. John, call back, please, and give Jesse your email so we can communicate a little bit.
No, he was dropping jewels and spitting knowledge. But during the call, I don't know if you guys saw me. I was kind of scrolling my phone. I was listening to him, but he brought up Bob Gibson, and I came across these numbers a couple of weeks ago. I was trying to find it, and the Bob Gibson Award would be insane. Once again, I see Cy Young's numbers. I know what time he played or whatever. There's nothing really against Cy Young, but Bob Gibson, I think he had just a ridiculous 1968. I know somebody will bring up the numbers or whatever, but check out this that just came across my timeline one day. Bob Gibson, his numbers for June and July of 1968.
Okay.
12 starts, 12 complete games, 12 wins, 8 shutouts, 6 runs allowed in those 12 starts. Wow. And he did that like all year, and he did that for most of his career, stuff like that. I mean, that's just silly. 12 starts, 12 complete games, 12 wins.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why
shutouts.
You know, the point John brought up about the league being segregated has always been one of my frustrations with baseball, as you talk about, you know, prior to our Babe Ruth revelation. Like, you can call Babe Ruth the greatest baseball player that ever lived. Like, he didn't play against black players. Now, I didn't know at the time. I didn't know we were talking about Brother Babe. But in all seriousness, like, you can't call a guy who played in a segregated league the greatest of all time because you didn't go against the greatest competition of all time. People say, well, it's the greatest baseball team of all time. The 27 Yankees, of course. What are you talking about? No, it's not. It's the greatest white team of all time. You can call that the greatest baseball team of all time. Always said Willie Mays to me is the greatest player. Like, he played in, it's weird to say the modern era. Like, he played in current baseball. Like, you know, people weren't, you know, told they couldn't play because of the color of their skin. And he put up monster numbers. Like, he was that guy. He played against the best of the best. But I always have trouble acknowledging anything that's like segregate. Like, I wouldn't call a Negro League player the greatest of all time. You know what I mean? And there are players out there where you could go, well, you talk about Stashel Page, you talk about Josh, you talk about a number of other guys. I think for that, well, get them all together and play in the same league and see what we got. That's why I'm fascinated when they accumulate all of these records and try to merge them together. When they get uncomfortable with some of the results, how are they going to acknowledge this? When they realize, oh yeah, Cy Young was good, or man, when you start adding up all these numbers together, or Satchel Paige or whoever, it starts becoming a little bit uncomfortable for the baseball purist, if you will.
Yeah, and look, and this isn't meant for a debate, because I bet you can probably see the logic of what I'm going to say, and I can see the logic if you had somebody to go against that. But I think pound for pound, all things considered, like the time of play and competition, I think Barry Bonds is the greatest player to ever play. We witnessed the greatest player to ever play, and it's Barry Bonds.
Okay. I mean, he's certainly the greatest player I ever saw. That isn't even a debate for me. This is perfect time to bring in Ramsey. Ramsey, who's the greatest baseball player you ever saw?
Potentially person, Barry Bonds, and we'll wish him a happy birthday as well, because his birthday is tomorrow.
Yeah,
okay.
24th, always.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of last night, in two different references, I don't know which Bay Area team had the more impressive performance. I mean, yes, we had the Giants come back, and then you had Sean Manaea in Seattle set a career high with 13 strikeouts last night in that 4-1 win for the A's.
That was phenomenal, but it was the Mariners, though. Not to take away from his accomplishment, but when you talk about better win, I mean, it's the Mariners. They should take care of the Mariners.
The Mariners are over 500.
That's what we're going with.
I love that's the barometer. That's terrible.
I'm just not going to disrespect the Mariners. That's all. I mean, I know they're not the greatest team, but they are over 500.
Shout out to the A's and Sean Manaea doing what he did. Absolutely.
And hopefully the Giants can potentially do what you forecasted about 10 minutes ago. And then potentially taking 2 or 3. But the Dodgers, when they could get to San Francisco on Tuesday, they're out for revenge.
Yeah, they could be out for whatever they want. They could be out for whatever they want. We out to smack you around. They could be out for whatever they want.
Have a great weekend, Ramsey. We appreciate you. Can you find another radio show that opens with Channel 68 and the AB button and the frustrations of the old disc man, and manage to work in a history lesson on Major League Baseball during the same exact radio show?
Man, it's all encompassing, this D'Lo and KC show.
I'm proud of what we are and what we built. We are a unique program. we like our conversations. Absolutely. Our conversations take us in unique directions.
I love them too.
Oh man, wouldn't trade it for the world. Let's get to Coach JT. Coach, what's good, man?
Oh my guy, Coach JT, what's up, man?
Man, I just called to say again, happy birthday, brother. Y'all keep doing y'all thing, man. I appreciate y'all, but man, keep working hard, bro.
Man, I appreciate it too. I can't let you get off the line. We gotta give him air horns. Birthday coming up on Sunday, I think it is. Shout out Coach JT. Monday. Got you. Yeah. Shout out to my man, Coach JT.
Well, let's plug the podcast too. Doesn't Coach JT got a podcast?
Absolutely,
let's
man.
Plug the podcast right here. Where can we get it?
It's 94 Steve, Coach JT, all platforms: YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, everywhere, baby.
Yes,
what's up?
Yes,
go.
The only bad thing about Coach JT is he went to the K house. That's what I can't defend. I don't know what happened there, but he went to the K house. That's the only bad thing that happened to the man.
It's all good. We know you stayed 2 blocks away.
Coach JT, appreciate that. That's good stuff. That's a hell of a setup he got too. You said you was doing a podcast last week, and I saw it on IG. I was like, "Excuse me,
fire!"
Like, yeah, that's okay. Like, all right. I started looking around, like I've got changes to make.
Like, damn, I only got white lights in here.
Like Coach JT's podcast, like, man, Coach JT got a. We got a studio. Coach JT got a studio.
That's facts. Yeah, you're doing this thing with that, man. 94 feet with Coach JT, as always, man. So, I mean, I'm on cloud 9 after last night, though, man.
I see that.
That was a hell of a win last night.
I see that, man. Can you imagine? Just you could sit this one out. I'm gonna talk to our friends here for a minute.
Okay.
Can you imagine how unbearable Kenny Caraway is going to be if we get to September? Like late September, and the Giants are still playing, and the 49ers have won the first couple of games of the season.
Come on, man.
Like, we've got a Giants playoff team.
Come on, man.
We've got a potential Giants World Series team, and we've got like a 3-0 San Francisco 49ers team. Can you imagine how unbearable my partner is going to be?
Y'all should have seen me in 2012, man. That's what it was. That's what it was. The Niners, that was the second year of Harbaugh, and the Giants were in the playoffs. That was the year they beat Cincinnati. So they came back to get into the playoffs, came back to that series. I'm trying to think, how did that go down? The Niners, the Giants won the World Series on a Sunday, and there was no conflicting things going on because typically they're like, damn, I'm going to miss the Niners game. And the Niners were huge at that time because we were like, yo, we're about to win the Super Bowl this year. But it was like late October. Niners actually were playing on a Monday night, and the Giants had Sunday all to themselves. I was at this bar in LA with like maybe 200 other San Francisco type fans, San Francisco Giants fans or whatever. Watched that, went crazy. The next day, went over to Hooters in Long Beach. Shout out to my people over there. Watched the Niners beat the Cardinals on Monday Night Football. Randy Moss with the touchdown from Alex Smith, and he opened the door afterwards. That was a great time. If I had D-Lo and KC on that Tuesday, oh yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah. It was on and popping that day.
You mentioned Harbaugh. And just quickly, because we were talking about Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones and you know the success that may have been ahead of them. Was Harbaugh here for the perfect amount of time and then it was time to go? Like if Harbaugh and the 49ers had stayed together, would they have had a down period?
Absolutely. They were already on it. Pete Carroll figured him out, and Pete Carroll was ready to beat the hell out of him every time he played him.
So there was no loss. There was nothing lost there with Harbaugh leaving for Michigan.
The window was those 3 years. That was the window to get one of them.
Feel like that's Harbaugh's window everywhere.
Absolutely.
He's overstayed his welcome in Michigan.
Absolutely. I'm gonna still hold out hope for Harbaugh, man, and think that he'll turn it around in Michigan. I hope.
Harbaugh's contemporary enough, I think, to use the NILs to his advantage. We saw Nick, you know, we spoke about Nick Saban doing it. I got to believe Harbaugh's smart enough to like be able to capitalize on that. Now, not that Ryan Day isn't and Ohio State isn't. Like everybody has to be able to adapt. It's going to be who's going to adapt quicker, who's going to, you know, be able to bring in those big money guys who can throw some money at a potential recruit in a legitimate deal here. That could help. That could wind up, you know, helping Harbaugh here in the very, very near future.
You're right about that. And I mean, we hadn't even talked about it yet. We talked about it on the show, but it's looking like all signs are pointing towards a major shakeup in college sports with Texas and Oklahoma reportedly ready to make that move to the SEC.
Let's touch on that, and let's touch on Rashawn Holmes. Rashawn Holmes' name is popping up everywhere, and I saw a comment here in the chat that we should address, and we'll do that here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and the Odyssey app, where you can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. Check out Guitars and Glitter.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait.
I think you'll dig it. It's the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. We'll be back here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320, in just a minute. Aspiring broadcasters, don't ever do that. That was such a trash way to go to commercial. We'll be back in a minute. Oh, you fucking idiot. Give him a reason to come back. Like, what are you doing? Sorry, you can go to the bathroom. Don't ever do that. Don't do as I do. Yeah, don't do that. I don't know if y'all saw. Did you see CM Punk's Twitter account? Get that off there. CM Punk. Oh, Kenny already did it. CM Punk posted, you know, CM Punk is a Chicago guy. He posted the, I think it's called Alan Parsons, but he posted the Chicago Bulls introduction music. And of course that got, you know, people forget, like CM Punk is next to Becky Lynch. CM Punk is probably the best, like, master troll in wrestling. And he knows that there's a ton of conversation about him, whether it's all legitimate or not. And by the way, I still can't find anything that confirms Daniel Bryan has signed. The belief is that he signed. I even saw a report. I think this was Dave Meltzer's report. I think this was in the Observer yesterday. Yeah, in the Observer yesterday, Dave said that people in WWE think that both CM Punk and Daniel Bryan have both signed with AEW. And one of the big catalysts behind Daniel Bryan signing with AEW was he wanted to work with New Japan. With AEW, he could work with New Japan. If we seen AEW, they let their talents work with anybody. Like they've had relationships with New Japan. They've had relationships with, they've got like some sort of like weird merger, like conglomerate or whatever it is with Impact Wrestling, which I honest to God I knew it existed. If you asked me where's Impact Wrestling, like I couldn't tell you. Like I know the NWA Power Hour airs on YouTube, but I have no clue where Impact is. So that was a big deal for Daniel Bryan, again, according to Dave Meltzer, but nothing confirmed from him, nothing confirmed from AEW that he's actually signed. There's also a note that when the CM Punk rumors picked up, and he posted that thing on IG last night, the secondary market for All In tickets, which is All In is September 5th or so, like it's early September, exploded. So like those tickets always do really, really well in resale. Like AEW, particularly their pay-per-view events, they do really, really well in resale. They exploded on the secondary market yesterday after the CM Punk social media post. So there is a lot of momentum. There's a lot of, I guess momentum is the right word. There's a very strong belief that both CM Punk and Daniel Bryan are going to, it's in Chicago. Man. Okay. Can you imagine what that's going to sound like if CM Punk, and it's almost to the point, man, this is like, they're like in dangerous territory right now because you've got over a month, right? We're approaching August. All In is early September. It's going to be one of those moments similar to, that's right, the great state of Chicago. It's going to be one of those events where, if you remember, and I know everybody does, at least every wrestling fan does, Money in the Bank in Chicago, the CM Punk Money in the Bank in Chicago. When the pay-per-view went on the air, the crowd was chanting, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. If this continues to build for the next 4 weeks, 5 weeks, when AEW goes on the air, the crowd is going to be chanting, CM Punk, CM Punk. And if he's not there, ooh. California Classic is coming to the Golden One Center for a 2-day event showcasing some of your favorite California basketball teams on August 3rd and 4th. Oh, by the way, the Miami Heat will be there as well. Head to ESPN1320.net/contest right now to enter for a shot at winning tickets. As we roll along here, you mentioned potential seismic shift coming in college football. It looks like Texas and Oklahoma are headed to the SEC. According to a recent report meaning today from The Athletic, Texas and Oklahoma will send letters to the Big 12 on Monday informing the league that they do not intend to renew its grant of rights agreement upon expiration in 2025. That's kind of the first step in clearing a path for the two schools to head over to the SEC. There's a lot of different elements to this. The Texas A&M one is a major element. Unwritten rules are a major element as well. But you've got two potential cash cows here in Texas and Oklahoma changing conferences, which now you look at the Big 12 and you go, what do we need you for?
Right.
Like, what exactly is the Big 12 for if Texas and Oklahoma is gone? Like, those are the big boys. Those are gone. And you start talking about ESPN, who I think owns the Big 12 network. You start looking at, like, what's this for? And I could be wrong. I know the Big 12 has a network. Isn't there a Longhorn network?
Yeah, for sure. That was like one of the The Longhorn Network was like the first.
I
Like
think that was before Big 12,
yeah, it was before a lot of these
which was
channels.
before Pac-12, which
Yeah.
was before SEC. Yeah, like I feel like the Longhorn Network
Longhorn
was
Network. It was crazy that they had their own channel, but yep.
taking that over to the SEC now. Man,
See, the thing that
there's some changes coming before the 12, the round of 12 or the 12 team playoffs kick into effect here.
The thing that I don't understand, that you mentioned a 12 team playoff, and it makes it even more baffling, is why the Texas and Oklahoma contingent, why those two schools would want to leave the Big 12 where they were king and go to the SEC. I know
where they are not.
Yeah. And I understand that all answers go to money, but I would feel like they would make more money being the head honchos in the Big 12 than being, I mean, Texas ain't got to worry about competing with anybody when it comes to money. Like they could go into SEC and probably make the most money out of everybody, right? Like they're fine, but I don't know. And then you talk about the 12 team playoff. If those two are in the SEC, that may lessen their chances of getting in the playoffs. Whereas with the Big 12, you could be an automatic champion in the 12 team. And if you're Oklahoma and you're not very good, but your only loss is to Texas or vice versa, you might get in as an at-large.
Well, think about what you just said. It lessens their chance for that, expanded playoff. But we're operating under the assumption, well, okay, 5 of those spots are going to the Power 5 conferences. There might not be Power 5 conferences by the time this thing rolls around. Like here, later on in this same Athletic article, as you try to get caught up on all of this stuff, the Big 12 at least is discussed, and it doesn't appear that this is a genuine possibility, but it was at least discussed connecting with the Pac-12 and essentially forming the Pac-20. So the Big 12 remaining Big 12,
right?
Merging with the Pac-12
and doing that now that Texas and Oklahoma are gone, or they were talking about doing that before.
Now that Texas and Oklahoma are gone,
got you. Now it makes sense. That's the only way for the Big 12 to survive.
And in fairness to Pac-12, they're scrambling right now because Texas was they were the anchor.
Right.
For whether no matter how dated it all might be, like it's Texas. It's give me a break. Like it's still the anchor of all this. And I think there's a quote in here that says that I'm not surprised by Texas, but I'm really disappointed by the way OU has handled this. They've said that they're pissed at Texas, but disappointed in Oklahoma.
Wow.
Big changes coming to college sports, man. Big changes coming to college football.
I mean, in the Big 12, you're talking about, well, it's different for different sports, right? So I look at in football, there's nothing left. You got Oklahoma State, who is probably big, and they probably be the head honcho of the Big 12, and Baylor as well. But basketball is actually a pretty strong conference. If this big Pac-20 were to happen, that would be pretty big. Specifically for basketball. Football, I don't know how much it'll do, but you'd have some heavy hitters in the basketball world.
Yeah, I mean, there people within college football are just calling this seismic. It's the biggest shift in 50 years that we've seen in college football.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's something. It's absolutely something, and it'll be fun to follow. It'll be interesting to follow for the next couple of weeks for sure.
Rob W., the big Pac-20 just rolls off the tongue, though.
Right. The Pac-20. Well, why not? I mean, they were the Pac-10, Pac-12. Why not go Pac-20? Hell, I don't know. And then while we're at it, let's just go ahead and dump the ACC.
Why? Wait a minute. Why would we dump the ACC?
The ACC is terrible. Let's see. Move the ACC. Let's just split it up. You get this one. You get this one. You get this one.
It's Coastal and
oh no, well, all leagues are split up. I mean, all
the
conferences
Big 12
are
was
split.
Big 12 was the last one that wasn't split. I don't think
They were the last one, like, because weren't they the last one to implement a
Big 12 a
championship game?
They were, but I don't think they have like a
An
split.
East and West.
Yeah, I think they just.
I think they're the only one if
same.
they don't. I think they're the only one if they don't.
Big Ten did it.
Send
when they
some of the
did
ACC here, some of the ACC there, and just bar Notre Dame from everything.
Oh Jesus!
It's like no, you're not allowed. Y'all sit down. You're not allowed here,
Man, and the crazy thing about all this is, and this is what I can't stand, and this is why everything is messed up today, to this day, Deontay Wilder. The reason why everything is messed up is because of football. All this is always because of football.
every time,
And it messes everything
every
up.
time.
I don't even, in football, I don't even know.
Cash
what they
rules
get from it.
everything around me.
They get cash, obviously.
That's it.
But it's trash. And then what was the side note that you were talking about where a couple of years ago, Texas A&M thought they made this power move.
Yeah.
And now
A&M looking around like, hey, A&M, this is A&M. I'm going to need you to call me, dog. Hey, call me. They've left like 47 messages, someone looking down at their phone like, hey, we've got 97 missed calls from Texas A&M. Ain't nobody answering Texas A&M, good school. It's Texas. Coming off the Johnny Manziel. It's not Texas.
it's not Texas.
And so Texas A&M was like a consolation prize for SEC. They're like, okay, let us get something in Texas. Let us get some, like anything. Let us get something there.
Mhm.
So they got Texas A&M because they couldn't get Texas.
Yeah.
Now they can get Texas, and they're just kind of like, oh, A&M, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
You'll
Because
be
A&M's big recruiting pool pitch is, yo, we're in the SEC.
Mhm.
You can go play in the Big 12 if you want to. You ain't going to get no respect. The only quality competition you're going to get is against Oklahoma. But you could come here. You could play the best. You're going to be on national TV all the time. We're going to get you into the biggest games. You're going to be featured against Nick Saban. You're going to be featured. You're going to have rivalry games here. This is huge for your NFL draft stock.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what the hell Texas A&M tells potential recruits. Like, hey, come to A&M. Because Texas didn't recruit you. I don't like. Hey, I don't know how they sell it now.
They
Got to get them NILs in line. Better find some oil men that can help you.
Right. And then they got, like, what is Missouri doing in the SEC?
Yeah.
The Big 12. I was never a Big 12 fan, but
None
they
of it
had
makes
a
sense.
very strong conference
Mhm.
before all this.
Mhm.
Before Texas A&M and Missouri left. Like you talk about A&M, Missouri, Baylor, Texas, Oklahoma.
Yep.
I mean, West Virginia was popping. They had a strong conference, and now they just twan.
That's solid reference right there.
Real quick before we get into the ID, and I'll go ahead and do the ID real quick.
Okay, I'll do the ID. This is the ID. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Again, kids who are eager to get into the business, that is referred to as a legal ID.
Legal
Kenny,
ID.
back to you.
You know what the A and M stands for? Off the top, I don't. Off the top of my head.
But I don't remember.
Math, is it math? What is the M math?
No. I don't remember.
Agricultural
I'm not gonna waste time trying to guess. No, I do know. But
My
I
guess
don't.
would be agriculture and math.
Okay, that's not it.
Damn.
Well, tell us what it is.
I don't know. I didn't look it up. I thought you might know.
How are you gonna ask a question and not have the answer to it? Man, you're the worst. I know it's agriculture. I just don't know what the second M stands for. Oh, here we got it.
Mechanical.
There you go. It's agriculture and mechanical. Rolls right off the tongue. Texas agriculture and mechanical.
Yeah.
All right. Can we talk about Rashawn Holmes for a minute?
Sure. We can always talk about Rashawn Holmes, man.
Yeah, I don't think this is. I don't think. Yeah, let's get him. Like, should we get him a going away present?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
His name is like he's doing interviews. Good for him. This is the right thing to do. He was on Shams' podcast. He's tweeting at LeBron James. LeBron James tweeting back at Rashawn Holmes. He did a Hoops Hype podcast. He's out there a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Man, he gone.
Yeah.
He gone. I think we just it's just best for us if we just all wish him well now and keep it moving, because I think we've lost Rashawn Holmes. Like he's not under the radar. He's like he's out there and he's going to get some money thrown at him. And you know, I think we saw Dallas in a recent report from Shams thrown in recently, which I think it's the first time we've seen Dallas. We had seen Toronto a lot. We had seen Charlotte a lot, but Dallas's name is like with everybody. So what will be interesting with Dallas is, I mean, and this is the case for Charlotte and Toronto too.
Mm-hmm.
But we've seen Dallas's name. Oh, Dallas is interested in Bradley Beal, Russell Westbrook. They're interested in
Giannis before he signed.
Everybody, right? They're interested in everybody. Where does Rashawn rank on their priority list? Like, is Rashawn a day one call? Is Rashawn a 1201 call? Like, are you like, where is Rashawn on your priority list? Are you waiting to see where some other dominoes fall? Are you putting together packages for Dame Lillard? Like right now, are you putting packages together for Ben Simmons? Mm-hmm. Are you trying to move Kristaps Porzingis? Like, where does Rashawn Holmes rank in Dallas's priority list? Now, you can ask the same question with Charlotte and Toronto, but I don't see Charlotte and Toronto mentioned in freaking everything like I do Dallas. So I would think maybe I would think Rashawn is probably near the top of the target list, priority list, if you will, for those two franchises when free agency gets underway. I don't know that that's necessarily the case for Dallas, and that could wind up having, it would be a positive impact for the Sacramento Kings, but that could wind up having an impact on what he's offered a little bit.
It could. And I think about this, and you guys know how much, I love Rashawn Holmes. I do. I'm happy for him. If everything worked out financially, I would have loved for him to be in the Sacramento Kings uniform for a while. Love for it to work. But I think about this, and you ask if he's a day one guy, a 12-on-1 type of guy. If I was the Mavericks, and I was like, we gonna max out our cap space on Rashawn Holmes. On Rashawn Holmes, like Rashawn Holmes is nice, but wow. If I was them, I'd probably just try to re-sign Tim Hardaway Jr. before going to spending that much on Rashawn Holmes. Like Rashawn Holmes is good, and he's a good ball player. Like I said last year, and I'm gonna stay with it. And I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong for his sake. I think in the best case scenario, Rashawn Holmes is a big coming off the bench for you, and maybe he like finishes games for you. He's a center that's a little too small to play center. So it depends on the matchups. It depends on all this other stuff. And he's going to get 18 million, more power to him. But if I was Dallas, I was like, man, I'm going to go 16 to 18 for Rashawn Holmes. It's a lot of money.
Let me ask this, or not ask anything. Let me point this out, because you've talked about Tim Hardaway Jr. with the Dallas Mavericks a couple of times, and I have no idea what that's going to look like for Dallas. I think it would be more beneficial for them to pursue Rashawn Holmes first, and if you're able to sign him, because you can go over the cap for Tim Hardaway Jr. if you decide to, if that's the route you're going to go. You can sign. You're better off signing Tim Hardaway second, or really. And this is predicated entirely on what Tim Hardaway Jr. wants to do. Yeah. Like if Tim Hardaway stays with Dallas, there's probably very likely an agreement already, and it's probably a very sizable contract to where he doesn't need to be talking to other teams.
Right.
Dallas can do it's the LeBron James thing. Dallas can sign everyone that it wants to with it up until it's cap space, up until it's legally allowed to. then they can sign Tim Hardaway Jr. to go over the cap.
Right.
Because he's already on the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
So Tim Hardaway wouldn't be a day one guy because he's already there. And you can, again, we've talked about the LeBron James thing. And when he opts out of contract, like he'll let the Lakers or the Cavs, he didn't do it with the Heat, but he did it with the Cavs, opt out, let them sign the guys that they need to sign, and then sign the deal later.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if that's what, Dallas is going to do. And it's so funny too, talking about Rashawn like this, because Rashawn, if you recall, was almost I don't want to call him an accidental signing by the King. He wasn't a day one signing. It wasn't like, oh, Rashawn Holmes is coming. He was signed days into free agency.
Yeah, man. And
it was like, oh, we've got some money left. Let's sign Rashawn Holmes.
Yeah. And I always thought hot takes and all this other stuff. I looked at him as, and he probably was this, but he was like Marvin Bagley, Harry Giles insurance. Mm-hmm. Like if these guys, I don't want to even say pan out, but if Harry had an injury history, you know what I mean? Marvin, we didn't know what was going on with that. So if they get hurt, you've got a guy that can be right there, step in, make the same type of moves. He came in and blew Dedmon out of the water the first 2 weeks.
4 games into the season.
The NBA season.
Yep.
Just blew him out the water and never looked back. Rashawn is really good. There's the one thing I will say about him is he has some monster games, and then he has games where he just wasn't there. And that's the one thing that kind of concerns me when you talk about having somebody that's going to be making that type of money on the roster.
Why do you think that is? Like, because was it him just being played out of the game? Was it him being defended out of the game? Was him not being into the game?
Personally, I think, the matchups dictated it sometimes. So if he went up against bigger guys that can move.
Which leans on your point of the position he plays being smaller at that position.
Right. So I'm just going with I don't know. He got hurt that game, so that's not fair. But we'll just Philadelphia, for instance. He had 10 points, 4 rebounds. Mm. I mean, Joel, he can't play with Joel. Not many people can, but he can't play with Joel. The first game he played against Joel, he had 10 points, 5 rebounds. That's just it's a tough matchup for him. Valanciunas, 13 points, 2 rebounds going up against Memphis. You know what I'm saying? It's just tough for him to go up against those guys night in and night out. You know what I mean? You still have games where it just go crazy for 22 and 13 against Houston.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he has that ability, but you look at something like his January, he starts off with 6 points, then 11, then 8, then 20, then 22. A little inconsistent. I want
to bring up something Roddy says here on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Steven Adams. I feel like you hate Steven Adams. I really like Steven Adams.
I definitely don't hate him, but I really wouldn't say I really like him. I think he's good though. If they replaced Rashawn Holmes with Steven Adams,
and he's a big,
I wouldn't be mad at that. Yeah,
and I don't mean to like a legit big.
Mm-hmm.
He's a big player. He could work.
That's
down
a tree trunk right there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So if that's what happened with a trade, or if it was Marvin and Buddy for Steven Adams, I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. That'd be a good move. Be a real good move.
And that's trade, because I don't think he's a free agent.
He just signed a new deal with
and so you're bringing back a couple bucks in a couple years. I don't think it's anything outrageous. It's good. Mm-hmm. Like, he's feeding his family. he's feeding his family. But I don't think it's not a Porzingis contract where you're like, hey, you're gonna pay this dude $40 million in 3 years.
And look here, man. I think I brought it up, and I don't know where I ended up on it before, but if they brought in Porzingis, I wouldn't be ecstatic about it. I'd be nervous as hell because you don't know what you're getting. But at the end of the day, he was still like a 20 and 8 or 9 guy a night last year. They don't have that inside right now.
But he's not he's not a big, right? Or is he? Like, are you having him play?
It really depends because he does seem a little bit soft, but back in the bubble, his presence inside was a big deterrent against the Clippers. I remember that specifically. I mean, his size was just something. The 7'4" was something you couldn't get around so easily, regardless if he was super physical or not. Still 7'4". Long arms, can jump a little bit. It was an issue. So, like I said, I'm not saying I'd be jumping for joy, but I don't think it's the worst thing in the world either. We got Roddy saying no.
Yeah, Roddy is right. Roddy is out. He does not want Kristaps Porzingis here, and I mean, a lot of Kings fans don't want Kristaps Porzingis here, but they also don't want Dame Lillard here. I think like you could peruse Twitter and find whatever you want to. Like, you could have discussions with 100 different people, and you get 100 different answers in relates to Dame or Ben Simmons or Kristaps Porzingis. I mean, if you rank the three, they'd probably go in the exact order. Or what am I talking about? I'll ask you. You can get one for sure. Porzingis or Simmons?
Whew. That one's a tough one for me.
You will get one here in a Sacramento Kings uniform, either Ben Simmons or Kristaps Porzingis.
That's a tough one for me.
And we'll say the trade is exactly the same for both. It's the universal deal, we'll say, which is probably a bargain. But let's just run with it.
Damn, that's tough. I mean, I think I say Simmons because he doesn't have the injury history.
Cut this clip. Let's air it all over social media. Kenny Caraway loves Ben Simmons.
That's cap.
Oh.
I think Porzingis would he'd be more exciting for me, but what Ben Simmons got here, I would just hold out hope that maybe something changes within his DNA. I would doubt it. I don't think it would happen, but maybe. I was about to say he's younger. I don't know how much younger he is than Porzingis, but Porzingis' injury history is the deciding factor for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's 25 to 27. I mean, Kristaps Porzingis isn't old. And Ben Simmons is 25. So can you just clearly state for the record, I want Ben Simmons in Sacramento?
No.
But that's what you said. They're the same age, by the way. Porzingis is 25 also.
Damn. That's crazy.
So just because this is essentially what you said, I just need you to say it in a complete sentence.
Absolutely not.
Kenny Caraway, want Ben Simmons in the Sacramento Kings uniform.
Absolutely not, because I don't even know if I'm going back and forth on that whole trade right now. I might take Porzingis by the time we come back.
It appears we made a lot of people miserable with that hypothetical question. As John says, it's Simmons, and I don't want to be here anymore. So there you have it. Tough life is about tough choices.
Jeez.
Porzingis or Simmons. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings, and we'll dive into the 49ers as well. What's the biggest storyline headed into the season? And how about the NFC West? We'll dive into all that. We'll go commercial free. It's our final 40 minutes of the week here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You think so? Is it just the Odyssey read that's left? Yep. I did hit the breaking news. It was random too. I don't know. Like, it was lit. Like, it was super random. But I know okay. All right, cool. See, guys, there are certain things that I have to read every day. And those things are adding up. So I need to make sure we keep track of all of them. So Odyssey and the California Classic are happy.
Yeah. Hey, a little behind the scenes thing. Did we ever get those requests in for the Classic?
I don't know. I don't know.
Today was a deadline, and that per that email. Now, maybe they can. If we missed it, then they, okay, you guys are good. We'll work something out. But
yeah, we'll ask Danny too. Did you ask Danny or did I?
You asked him.
I have no confidence in myself. Did you get an email from the Kings about the draft party?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. Okay.
I can't. I ain't seen nothing in the last couple of days. So
will Marshall come on your draft show? I don't know why you'd want to. He'd probably be a little busy. Got to cover it from the Chicago side of things.
They got do they have a pick this? They don't have a pick.
Well, then maybe he will.
Yeah, they don't have a pick. They gave it to Orlando.
I see what you're talking about here, John. I just saw that. I mean, like that dude just stay taking L's. He just stay taking L's.
Yeah, he think he the dude, man.
He's such a jackass, man.
He think he that dude.
Channel 68 with D-Lo and Casey. This is that's funny,
that
man.
Was funny. All that glitters is not gold.
Oh man, I'm hungry.
Yeah, man.
That smoothie did not do it at all.
I choose my reality. What's on the docket for tonight, Dame? What you got going on, man?
I was invited out tomorrow, so I prepare for that a day in advance. So I'm going to be in bed by 6. Nothing actually. I'm in good shape. No, what I've been doing almost every night is doing some stuff around the house, try to get it, but like I'm in pretty good shape right now. I do have to walk the dogs in 102-degree heat though, because I had to get a landscaper to come out here. They didn't really take care of the yard, so he had to kill a bunch of weeds, and I can't let them out there on that. So probably just hang in. The Odyssey app, which is the home of the new Odyssey exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners just like you. Find your new summer soundtrack or perhaps your birthday party soundtrack. Check out Heat in the Streets with Lil Baby Drake, Cardi B, and the hottest artist in the game. You'll even find your favorite artist on Odyssey 2 on the all-new Artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app. It's really the only app that you need for music or for sports or for D-Lo and KC. And it's brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. Twitch would be handy, though, and so would the YouTube app, as you can watch along with the show Monday through Friday here, 12 to 5. And then if you missed anything, including our spectacular start to today's program, you can relive it. And I always express the visual is better than the audio. Head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320.
Did you see? Well, I'm trying to catch up on it a little bit, but did you see what's going on with Dak today?
Oh, no, I did not.
Nothing major, but it's just catching people's attention. So Dak was on the podium and he was asked if he was vaccinated. And he says, quote, "I don't necessarily think that's exactly important. I think that's HIPAA." Like it's just like, what?
Dak. God, Dak takes a lot of L's when he talks about anything but football. Like it's almost like if I'm a Dallas Cowboy like PR person, I'm just standing up like, hey, Don't ask Dak about anything other than being a quarterback because I don't want to deal with what he's going to say. I remember they asked him about social issues, and I just sat there like, oh, my God, no. Dak, don't. Don't, Dak, no. And then he started talking, and it was like, okay, you blew it. You blew it.
Oh, man. Well, he's paid.
That's absolutely. Hey, if he got one thing right, my man got that right. He's a damn good quarterback too.
Hey, he's a good quarterback.
Dude, who's winning that division? Seriously, they were a disaster last year. They were the NFC least. They were the butt of all jokes.
Mm-hmm.
Some people think the Giants are a little bit better. I don't.
A lot of people think the football team.
A lot of people. I've heard the football team winning the conference.
That's just damn
not
crazy.
the division. The conference.
It's just damned crazy.
Philly, I think people aren't giving up on Philly because they're waiting to see if Philadelphia acquires Deshaun Watson.
Might get a quarterback. Although some people would say they already have a quarterback.
Jalen?
Yeah.
I'm curious. It's like they're not even giving him a shot.
Not giving him a shot at all.
Yeah,
Oh, no. I think I said last year, I thought last year the NFC Championship game was going to be Cowboys 49ers. And I'm not going to say NFC Championship game for both teams this year right now. I will later. I'll make a prediction. I'm not afraid to. I ain't afraid of y'all.
We don't waste our time. We know what you're going to say. The 49ers.
I really don't know. I really don't know because I'm going to tell you.
You're going to lie to all of us on a Friday, huh? Day after your birthday, you're going to tell us a lie.
I'm going to tell you. The Rams are serious. I respect what the Rams are bringing to the table.
And apologies to the diehard football fans. We did not spend enough time covering the loss of Cam Akers for that team, what it means for the Rams and what it means for that division. And excuse me, who's the quarterback of that football team?
Of the Rams?
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford.
Oh.
I mean, I never said Matthew Stafford was some kind of scrub. I don't know what you got. What you having that kind of.
I love that you knew the direction I was going. Like I love that you knew exactly where I was going with that.
Just because of the price being crazy, and I wouldn't pay that. I never said he was a scrub.
But you didn't love him.
And you get him with old boy McVay. The
be all end all. Yes.
No,
the offensive genius.
He's second behind Kyle, but yeah,
of course, obviously, yeah. You didn't seem to love the idea of him as the San Francisco 49ers quarterback, but you're high on him as the Los Angeles Rams quarterback?
Yeah, because it was a little deflating. I was like, we're going to go from Jimmy Garoppolo to, like, remember what was on the table at the time, right? It was either, I think, I don't think they had trade, but it was like Deshaun Watson.
They hadn't, yeah.
It was like Deshaun Watson, or I think maybe there was discussions of, trade up and see if or you can get Matthew Stafford. And I was like, what? You want me to bypass those two options for Matthew Stafford? No, I'm not interested.
Not necessarily bypassing them. It's just not being able to acquire them. I mean, we can work out a Deshaun Watson trade in our head all we want to. It doesn't mean that they're going to do it. Clearly, the Texans weren't interested in trading Deshaun Watson. They were interested in other ways of getting even.
Yeah, right. Back in the box now.
Okay, Deshaun, you're over here. You and that really weird lawyer who you're fighting every day. You and everybody goes in here.
So the other thing that came with that is the money, right? I was like, oh, I mean. Yeah, Matthew Stafford is nice, but I'm giving up a lot and I got to pay him. Though one of the reasons to get rid of Jimmy is to get rid of the salary. I'm willing to get rid of the salary to get Deshaun's salary, but get rid of the salary to bring back Matthew Stafford's salary? No, to me, this was the best decision. Getting that pick to draft Trey to be able to lock up somebody like Fred
I understand
Warner and all that. So this was the number one option. Deshaun Watson, before he got put in the box, was probably the number two option.
We might have to take Deshaun Watson out of the box next week because the NFL's got to do something. I mean, maybe they don't. Maybe Deshaun just shows up, or maybe he doesn't. Like I'm not really sure what happens. This case is gone, or this I don't know whether to call it a case.
Saga.
It's gone quiet, other than one smart ass post by the lawyer who's representing the 22 women. Other than that, like, I haven't heard anything about this in months. There's been speculation about commissioner's exempt list. I joked about Philly, but it's if you listen to the Deshaun Watson conversations, there's a belief that Philly is the front runner to do this. Now, I don't know if that means Philly has already had discussions with Houston or they're waiting to see what happens, but Philly's name is being mentioned a lot as a place that Deshaun Watson lands. Meanwhile, camp starts next week. I have no idea if Deshaun Watson is at Texans camp, if he's at any camp, if he's allowed to be at any camp. Like, there's no, and I don't even know that this is something that the NFL addresses publicly. This is a pretty public case. I would think that they have to.
Yeah, they should. How do these things happen in the NFL? And these are not the same circumstances, but how do we have days before Packers camp and Texans camp, and we have no idea what's going to happen?
Well, the NFL doesn't have any. There's nothing they can do about. I guess technically they don't have to do anything about either one of them. But as it pertains to Aaron Rodgers, that has nothing to do with the NFL.
They don't have. But I'm just saying, like, what are the Packers doing?
Oh, I have no clue.
But and I say that to say, no, Deshaun Watson's situation is a different type of situation. But these things happen all the time, every summer in the NFL. It's like, is he going to report? We haven't heard from him. We don't know what he's doing. What?
Yeah.
They always come to camp too, by the way.
Prior to the 22, I didn't think Deshaun Watson was.
I didn't think he was.
I thought Deshaun Watson was done in Houston.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I just won't show up. And now it's not that I think he wants to play for Houston. I just feel like he can approach this differently if the NFL is telling him he has to sit out or he has to sit down or he has to, whatever this commissioner's exempt list. And I can't remember. I know Adrian Peterson went on the commissioner's exempt list, but I can't remember. Did he go on it for the entire season? I can't remember how long, because we had never heard of the commissioner's exempt list. To the best of our knowledge, we don't even know if this was a real thing until I think it was Greg Hardy was the first.
Oh, man. Yeah.
And then I feel like Adrian Peterson happened after that, and they happened like rather quickly. I don't know how many have been placed on that list since then. I don't think Ray Rice was put on the commissioner's exempt list. I feel like they just threw his ass out of the league. They were like, we made a mistake, so we're going to punish you for it. You're out of here. But the other ones, I don't remember how all that unfolded, but all eyes have been on this, commissioner's exempt list since the Deshaun Watson story started to develop.
Yeah.
But that's the NFC. So that changes the entire complexion of that conference, or excuse me, that changes the entire complexion of that division.
Well, and that's where you originally asked, like, who's going to win that division? I'm gonna go with the Cowboys.
I guess I'm just not a savvy enough in football to understand what everybody is saying about Washington. I understand.
Their defense looked to be crazy. I mean, that front four, everybody loves that front four. They can get pressure with it. Ron Rivera, good coach, leading that defense. Now this is kind of his reputation after, especially what happened in Colorado, in Carolina. He specializes in physical, tough defenses. Yeah. And he's got that type of
I'm sorry, are you talking about Bruce Arians and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers before Tom Brady got there? Because you're describing the same thing, and that team was like 8-8 and didn't go to the playoffs. Why were they 8-8? Because their quarterback kept throwing interceptions. Who's Washington's quarterback again?
Well,
we're really hitching our wagon to Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I'm not.
Oh.
I said the Cowboys are winning.
You did say the Cowboys. Yeah, you did say the Cowboys.
But I see why people are in love with that defense. I think that's why.
I understand
maybe they're
that.
in love with Ryan Fitzpatrick too. Maybe they're like, well, think about what they did last year. They didn't have Ryan Fitzpatrick is better than anybody they had last year.
Okay, sure. In September, he's going to be a whole lot better than everyone else. Like, if you could put someone in the Hall of Fame just by months that they've played, put Ryan Fitzpatrick September in the Hall of Fame. There are not a lot of things that I can promise the people listening to this show, but I could feel comfortable in promising you Washington, they're going to go like 3-1. and potentially finish below 500 as the season comes to a close. And Ryan Fitzpatrick will finish the season on the bench. This isn't a knock on Ryan Fitzpatrick. This is just what we see from Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
I thought Brian Flores was brilliant. We're going to pull the plug before he gets the chance to screw up. We're just going to go ahead and put Tua Tagovailoa in there before this thing goes south. And maybe that's not fair to Ryan Fitzpatrick. Maybe he's fantastic next year. But if he's not, their whole lot, I understand Washington's defense is good. I understand this is a playoff team. This was a playoff team last year. No, they were
last year. Yeah.
Are they Baltimore Ravens good to where they're going to carry a poor offense to the playoffs?
I surely don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
But I guess that could also depend on the strength of the division. Some people think the New York Giants are going to be better. I'm waiting to see. Obviously, a Deshaun Watson acquisition by the Philadelphia Eagles is a big deal. I need to see more from Ezekiel Elliott. I know he's talking about his fitness and his diet, and he's kind of saying all the right training camp things, and he needs to bounce back, and the cameras are going to be focused on him, and I can hear the NFL Films voice now after his worst season as a professional quarterback, or a professional running back. I can hear it all, saying the right things, spotlights on them. But man, it's tough to pick the Cowboys to do anything because they rarely reward that trust in them.
I think the offense is there. The offensive weapons and the firepower is there. It's hard to believe they would be as bad defensively as they were last year. It's kind of hard to believe. Like, they were historically bad. Are they going to be that bad again? You know, they drafted, I think it was a middle linebacker or something like that. Good ball player. They've got to be somewhat better. You would think.
Okay. Let's come back to the.
But you would think.
I teased you for your predictions. Let's come back to the NFC West here for a minute.
That's the division of football.
Okay. So maybe that answers my next question about how you feel about Arizona. Because we think Seattle's going to be down a little bit, or do we feel differently?
No.
So is Arizona taking a jump, or are there two down teams in this division?
I don't think. I think Arizona's probably about what they were last year. They finished 8-8 or 9-7 or something like that.
How many games were played last year? I can't remember. Were there 17 games played last year, or is that this year?
No, it's this year. But I was about to say, remember, all games were played.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Adam Schefter.
They didn't miss a game last year.
I'm Damian Barling. That's Kenny Schefter there, now being the water boy for the NFL. But they can't be the best division in football if you have two down teams. Cardinals were 8-8 last year. If we think Seattle's down, in Seattle's case, that's probably 8-8. We're not talking about two teams that are potentially 4-13. So now we're not talking about 8-8. Now I guess we're talking about 8-9 or 9-8.
Right. I can see them being a game or two below 500.
We're going to screw this up all year. Just a spoiler alert. We're going to be talking as if there's 16 games all year. Just know that we know they're 17.
I kind of wish they would just already go to 18 games. 17 is a
make
mess.
it easier. Yeah,
just go to 18 now.
I have okay, how about this counter? Instead of the NFC West being the best team in football, what about the AFC North?
It could be. You're talking about Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Baltimore, the Browns, and Cincinnati is where it gets dicey. There ain't no Cincinnati.
Joe's
in the
back.
NFC. No, they gonna stink. They gonna stink. Okay. There ain't no NFC. Ain't no Cincinnati in the NFC East or West.
NFC West, yeah. Okay. I don't know, but I think those top three teams. Well, I don't think Pittsburgh's not going to stink.
No,
I think those top three teams could be really good. Like Pittsburgh's going to be regular season good. I'm not going to pick Pittsburgh to do it. Pittsburgh could go 16-0. I'm not going to pick them in the playoffs. They could be regular season good. I don't know if you've heard this.
Yeah.
Ben Roethlisberger is in great shape.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, I don't think he's Big Ben anymore.
Is it the best shape of his career?
I've heard that.
Oh, okay.
I've heard that. I don't know that he gained 10 pounds of muscle in the offseason, but he's definitely in the best shape of his career.
Yeah. Well, look, man, that AFC
Which
North
is funny.
tough.
By the way, I just, to humor myself, I Googled Ben Roethlisberger in shape and got one article from like the last 3 years. But we're talking as if this is like super brand new, that Ben Roethlisberger showed up in shape. I think the one that he didn't show up in shape was last year. He showed up a little chunky face last year. He was just coming off the quarantine and just wasn't ready to play football. But now apparently he's in the best shape of his life. We're talking like this team. The funny thing about the Steelers is they were 11-0 last year.
Yeah.
And nobody bought it. Literally nobody bought it.
What time it was.
Everyone was like, no, I think Baltimore's better. And then there was a point where Cleveland might be better. They're 11-0. That's fine. Let's see what happens when they get to the postseason. And we all saw what happened.
Cleveland ended up beating the brakes off them boys.
I mean,
in Heinz Field.
Yeah, Mac Irvin is in here. He said since he's going to be basement dwellers again this year. Ramsey says the same thing. Like this team isn't going to be any good. So, all right.
Let me ask you a question about all this stuff in the NFL. We'll probably ask this question a number of different times. Do you think the fans make a difference this year? Like, for instance,
I mean,
do you think Cleveland goes into Heinz Field with a full house and does what they did in the playoffs?
I don't. Yeah,
everybody
that
played said it just was weird.
Okay,
and it looked weird.
That's a question I'm just not fit to answer. If the players say it was weird, sure, maybe everything is going to be different this year, but can also go the other way. Pittsburgh benefited, being 11-0 because of empty, stadiums.
Yeah.
Maybe every team got a win here or there, or a loss here or there, or whatever, because the stadium was empty. Hell, not even all the stadiums were empty. Opening day, Kansas City was popping. I know they said it was only filled up to a certain percentage, but I also know they lied to all of us. That stadium was popping, and there were a few stadiums out there. There was a couple that I remember the aerial shot of the Green Bay Packers game.
Oh gosh!
Hey,
Green Bay,
it was popping in Lambeau.
Those stupid sound makers they were making trash.
Well, you can't criticize the Packers. They weren't forced to leave the state like the San Francisco 49ers were.
The poor homeless 49ers.
49ers were told, hey, you're not welcome here anymore, guys. We're going to need you to leave. We're going to need you to go.
But, you brought up the NFC West, and you got to talk about the 49ers here. I think they got as good a shot as any of those teams to win the division.
Oh, absolutely.
Any of those teams.
Absolutely.
You ask some people, and they're kind of sleeping on the Niners. They're like, oh, no, they're not better than Arizona. They're the same as Seattle or whatever. I think the Niners, I feel like they're locked in this year.
With Seattle, I don't even care if they're locked in. I just look at the team. With Seattle, I think you're only measuring one player at this point. Maybe you're measuring Pete Carroll. Maybe you're giving the Seattle Seahawks an edge, or maybe you're giving them a couple of W's because of Pete Carroll. But if you're measuring Seattle
and Russ,
but that's what I'm saying. If you're measuring Seattle to do anything this year, it's because of Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
All Russells are great in my mind. So Russell Wilson is the one I'm talking about here. But once you get past that, what are we talking about?
You're talking
like
about,
I'm talking like on
DK. DK is a game changer.
Okay,
and that's really about it.
Because and we're talking about like on a 17 game level. We're talking about throughout the season. We're not talking about in a game here. We're talking about winning the division. Like we've got enough to ride with Russ and DK, and I guess Pete Carroll to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Not that the division is trash, but the division is. Not the defense. Not that the defense is trash. The defense isn't elite anymore.
Right. So
let's start to look around. You mentioned Matt Stafford. Okay. I don't remember who was it. Jimmy Ward. I think he said it with Grant Cohn that hey, Matt Stafford's still the guy that didn't make the playoffs for the Detroit Lions.
I like Jimmy Ward.
It's like, okay, Jimmy Ward, that's technically accurate. That is still the same Matt Stafford. But one thing we do know is Matt Stafford is capable of throwing for 5,000 yards. If Seattle doesn't have a defense that can stop Matt Stafford, well, that's a couple of W's for them. Like that's an issue for them.
Right.
that knocks them down on this in this division. And when you look at the 49ers roster, and I understand you could do the ifs all day. This healthy roster, man, it's and this isn't even Kenny Caraway homerism.
Come on, man.
This roster is really good. George Kittle, Nick Bosa, you got Fred Warner locked in. I do believe a healthy Jimmy Garoppolo was fine. I mean, obviously, there's no bigger question headed into the season than is the plan Jimmy Garoppolo, no matter what, for 17 games. If he plays poorly, if he gets hurt, when do we see Trey Lance? If he plays perfectly, do we see Trey Lance? I mean, there's tons of questions surrounding Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance potentially playing. If he doesn't, and it is Jimmy G all the time, the only thing I think they're in good shape. The only thing I don't like is I would like their running game to be different. I'm not even saying I like their running. I would like their running game to be. I would like a workhorse running back there that they do not have.
Yeah, but we got Trey Sermon.
I love,
Trey Sermon to go along with Raheem Mostert and what's my?
I love that
name?
pick.
The young boy that I was really touting for last
from
year.
the Giants, the one that came over from the Giants.
But the draft pick, the undrafted guy. I'm drawing a complete blank that I really like.
Michael.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say too. It's Jermichael
Hasty.
It's Hastie's.
Wow.
He broke his collarbone.
Wow. You hear that? You hear that? You hear how quickly we forget? This was the darling last year. The darling.
But then he ripped up his shoulder. I think they also think
they
Jeff
had so
Wilson
many damn injuries.
Did Jeff Wilson come back?
What did Jeff Wilson do? Hurt his knee?
He tore like his
ankle,
meniscus or something like that.
Just stay healthy, San Francisco. For
Just
goodness
stay healthy.
sakes.
If you stay healthy, I'll take my chances with that. Does that mean you're going to win a Super Bowl or anything? I ain't saying that. I'm just saying I'm going to take my chances with you guys staying healthy. Just stay healthy.
It's interesting to me too. I think the Rams, or at least through reporters, there was like, the Rams aren't necessarily going to go attack the market to try to replace Cam Akers. They believe in the backfield that they have right now. They believe in their depth chart. It's like, okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's 100% cool to believe in the depth chart. You lost a really big piece of that depth chart.
You lost a big piece. I like Sam
you
Akers.
lost RB1 on like 29 of the 32 teams in the league.
That's what I thought too. I remember the game where the Niners beat the Rams. Well, the one of the two games, you know what I mean? Because they beat them twice last year. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Shout out Aaron Donald. You know what I'm saying? We got them boys twice. It's nothing, you know. But
settle down, big guy.
The second game, for whatever reason, they were going with Henderson a lot. And Sam Akers came in and completely changed the game. And I was like, man, I don't know why they didn't go to this Akers cat more often. Like, he's a problem. And I was looking at him coming into the season. It's like, yo, you got to watch out for this guy. He's the one guy that'll put fear in my heart when the Niners go against him. But him not being there, to me, is a huge loss. Maybe, you know, B-Lo and JC down in LA, maybe they're like, oh, people just don't know. They got LaMichael Jasties waiting in the wings. Yep. I don't know. But Sam Akers is a huge loss for them.
We got to get B-Lo and JC on the show one day.
Yeah, they're so busy. They're busy during 12 to 4, though.
That's true.
But they're in different time zones, so maybe it'll match up.
12 to 4. Yeah. It depends on what B-Lo and JC we're talking about, because they're all over the country. Those and little Lenny Lairways, they're everywhere.
Little Lenny Lairway was at the parade yesterday having a good old time.
The Bucks parade? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Indeed he was. Yeah. Indeed he was. I love how Giannis is an absolute treasure. The free throw bit that he did on the parade on the float.
I missed all of the little festivities, like seeing the highlights. I didn't see anything. What did he do?
He did the free throw bit, but he did it super exaggerated. So he went through his entire free throw routine, but he held the ball in perfectly still form for like 20 seconds or 25 seconds. I know that doesn't seem long, but when the dude is standing completely still, it's forever. So he does that bit. PJ Tucker is my favorite. who had the bottle.
He was talking about.
I don't know what he was saying.
Something like that.
I don't know what he was saying. I just know that he had an ace of spades going. He had a spades bottle going Stone Cold Steve Austin style. Spades made by our man Brett Barish, purchased by Jay-Z. Shout out to Sovereign Brands right there for getting that done. But yeah, he had a giant spades bottle going Stone Cold Steve Austin circa 1998.
Come on, man.
I don't know what he was talking about. I just know that still image of him was fantastic.
What's the craziest amount of people you've seen for a parade?
That Cleveland one was pretty crazy.
That was insane.
I think they stretched from Cleveland to Akron. Like there were a lot of people at that parade
out there.
Yeah.
I asked that because I saw a clip from the Lakers 2002 championship parade. And I was like, damn, there's a lot of people in downtown LA here. Like that looked crazy. I know the Giants, San Francisco Giants, their first parade, 2010, their first parade and celebration, there was a ton of people there. A ton. Huge amount of people. I don't have the numbers. I don't have an overhead look, but I think that Chicago Cubs parade was probably pretty big too.
Oh yeah. That's that one's got to be massive.
Parade was pretty big.
Wait till the Kings one hits.
Woo-wee.
Wait till that one. Wait till there are people from Sacramento to Davis trying to line the streets.
I think they would do that one down Capitol Mall. I think that's where it would be. Yeah. And they would go, they could probably fill people from the Capitol to the Tower Bridge. Yeah. Is that safe to say?
Yeah.
And that's like,
there were
not a short stretch to have.
No, it's not.
It's not. Like, but they could fill it up.
There were 5 million people at the Cubs parade. That's outrageous. That's absolutely outrageous. How is that even possible? How long was the Cubs? How long was the parade stretch? I get it. It's Chicago. Like this isn't Sacramento. Like we're talking Chicago here. I get it. 5 million people. Gosh almighty. I mean, that means the Kings are good for 8.
And I think about this saying 5 million is crazy because I was like, I thought I heard there was 1 million at the Giants parade. And I was like, that sounds like too many. But
that's funny because
5, then yes, the Giants definitely.
Well, I was thinking Cleveland had 1 million. Like that's what I was thinking about Cleveland.
They might have had 1 million too. The Giants reportedly 2010 had 1 million.
But again, that seems outrageous. Like there's 1 million people just on the street.
Right.
Y'all are just how many people were at the Bucks parade? Like, goodness gracious. If there were 60,000 people in the Deer District, who came out for the parade?
Yeah. 5 million for the Cubs, though. That I could believe it, man. I mean, that's probably all of Chicago. And Chicago's
a big state. State of Chicago is big. See, this is where I need to have the drop queued so I can hit it in case someone's listening for the first time thinking, oh my God, that idiot just said the state of Chicago.
Well, Mark Wong brings up a good point. If it was here in Sacramento, they would go from Freeport and Meadowview all the way to Capitol Mall. This is true.
Legit. Yeah. Yep. And Metu will have his own float.
Yes.
On Freeport.
Yes. Yeah.
We can dream, man.
Manny said we know our guy, Manny. He was, were you at the parade in Chicago, Manny? Or do you just know people who were there? He said it was just massive on the outskirts of downtown and everything.
Did it end at I forgot the name of it, but the famous park downtown where Oprah did shows and where President Obama.
I feel like it did.
Grant Park. That's what it was. Grant Park. Yeah. Thank you. I can't remember what it was. Yeah. So here's Brian. Sacramento will shut down for an entire weekend if the Kings. That's true. The Kings would have the first multi-day parade. Like if the festivities begin Friday and end whenever you got to go to work Monday morning.
Hey, look, we're only half joking when they say make the playoffs and they'll have some type of parade celebration at City Hall.
Let them clinch like a playoff spot on the road. Go ahead and show up at the airport hangar and see what that looks like.
They thought Phoenix was doing something when they came back after winning the Western Conference.
No.
Nah, this team makes it. Look, man,
we've clinched the 10th seed. Let's go down. Let's go to the airport.
Hey, man, I went out to Sac International when they beat the Jazz in Game 2 in '99, and Jason Williams was so pissed he couldn't get through all the people. He was pissed. He's like, "Get out of the way." Get out of the way. We're like, we love you, Jason. We love you. Get the hell out of the way.
That's funny.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Coop Froggy Frog saying there's 1.5 mil at the first Warriors parade.
Yeah, that was in Oakland too. Oakland, yeah. It was out there. It was out there for that.
So, for now, we'll live vicariously.
I'm ready to go to the airport, man. We're going to the airport. We're gonna do a live stream next year when the Kings win their first playoff game on the road, and we're gonna be out there. We're going to the play. I'm dragging Damian out of the bed and saying, "Come on, we got to go to the airport."
You know, I don't live as close to the airport as I used to, so that's gonna be it's gonna be a lengthy drive there for you. It's gonna be a lengthy drive indeed, and I guess we'll just live vicariously through all the other parades that are happening. But one day it'll happen, and I guess the first step into making the playoffs is next week. We will have a week-long build up to the draft on Thursday. Of course, we'll have our now famous or perhaps infamous 8-hour shows on Thursday. And quite honestly, Thursday will be fun. Monday's going to be a hell of a day. The start of free agency.
Hell yeah.
Monday's going to be a blast. Monday.
The league is about to be lit.
Monday's going to be a day where the 1320 broadcast might end, but we might be on the live stream for a little bit if some stuff starts happening.
That is facts. And then we go into the California Classic like the day after.
Yeah, the California Classic, baby.
Then
Wow.
we go to Summer League.
And Summer League, which I guess we're not going to. Either that or they're waiting to really, really last minute to tell us.
Right.
Kenny's dreams of performing in Las Vegas will have to wait a little bit longer.
It's going to have to wait another year. And by then, we'll be a playoff team. We won't have this great pick going to Summer League. It might not mean as much.
That's funny. We'll still have guys who can play.
We'll still have a great time. We'll have a great time. Bryce and the Blood Ninjas, says, dude, we're inviting Dante Green, Jonathan Brockman, Shump, Harry, and Jack to the barbecue.
Oh, big facts.
This caught my eye because you saw Brandon Jennings was on a float yesterday.
Yeah.
He's like in the back of a pickup, but still he was part of the parade.
Yeah.
And all those guys would be there for a King's parade. Is there anybody we're missing here who would be there for a King's parade that
I think
long gone from the team?
Yeah, I mean, I think the usual suspects would be there.
But yeah, so who are we missing?
think
anybody from that group? It was Dante Green, Jonathan Brockman. I don't think he's getting the invite, to be partially honest. But Shump and Jack Cooley.
Oh,
are we missing anybody else?
Cooley gonna be on the float. I mean, do we invite DeMarcus?
Oh, if it was up to us,
we would. Do they invite DeMarcus or Isaiah?
Oh, you already know.
I mean, we know that
they do it.
I don't think they would.
I don't think they do DeMarcus
would. Yeah.
I don't think they do Isaiah either. You know what? You know who? Like, I'm thinking of people. Because with the whole thing with Brandon Jennings, one time, long time ago, he said Bucks and 6. And like, that was kind of the theme. He said it like when he was playing for Milwaukee for some series. They ran that back. I think it would be somebody from like that was on the court when they were about to leave. So I'm thinking Francisco, Jason Thompson might get the invite to the Kings championship.
That's a good call. Yeah, that's a good call. If anybody could find Tyreek Evans, maybe we should invite him and check on his well-being.
Yes.
2.
I saw him working out like a month or 2 ago.
For what?
Like,
Just to
trying
stay
get back
healthy?
into the league.
Oh. Well, I hope it works out for him.
I hope it does too.
Yeah. Well, okay. Let's put certain aspects of Tyreek Evans in a box, because there's probably some things there where it's like, hey man, like what happened with my dude here? Hopefully he's well. And if he can play himself back into the league, man, fantastic. I hope he gets the opportunity. But as we were saying, next week is going to be a huge week for us. It's going to be a huge week for the Kings, and it's going to be a huge week for Kings fans. We will have you covered as always, Monday through Friday, but leading into Thursday, man, it'll be a lot of fun. We'll preview the draft. We'll get all the draft analysts on. We'll discuss Franz Wagner in great detail. And of course, we'll discuss the rest of the potential draft picks leading into Thursday. Then we'll be here with you both on the live stream and on ESPN 1320 for 8 hours.
I can't wait, man. I'm hyped for draft week. I'm hyped for the draft, man.
And we'll have the picks for you, by the way. Until the Sacramento Kings select at number 9, we will carry the picks live for you, so you absolutely will not miss a thing. And if you've never watched a draft with us, you have us on YouTube, on your phone, on your iPad, on your laptop, or whatever, and you could have the ESPN broadcast in front of you. But that's all for next week. In the meantime, have a great weekend. Enjoy your McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin, your original Bamboo. Enjoy that cream. Enjoy that Luke Belaire, and enjoy it responsibly. We'll see you back here Monday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla. Yeah.
That
And
was
my interviews are hotter. Holla. Relax, Jesse. Calm down. We did, unfortunately.
all righty. I always love to
John
see.
Bull, fool, man. He a fool, man.
Oh no, what'd he do? What did he do?
Come on, man. Where he at?
Dude, Aileen.
Come on, baby. Look at this blast from the past right here. Somebody else. Who said this?
Murph. I see you, Murph. R.E. Grayswitch. Jeez. Writers for the Sacramento Bee. Get Kreidler.
Kennedy, stand up.
Get Mark Kreidler in here.
Yeah. The Rise guys get back together.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
That'd be fun. Kreidler and Whitey on.
Now, Murph, she I really can't remember none of her songs, but she has some pretty impressive connects, at least in the hip hop world, that I wouldn't know that she would have. She's like, I guess, close to Tyga. Her and Tyga do music.
This
like,
is who I
people that take her seriously, I guess.
I want a performance from this guy.
Oh yeah, our test would definitely be welcome back. Absolutely. He would get the brand.
Oh yeah, they would definitely be here. I think that's a given. Chris
Bibby would for sure.
Chris, you'd probably have to work a little bit.
Yeah. Bibby would be here though, for sure.
Oh man. Okay, Manny, calm down. Calm down, Manny.
Oh man, wait, Mark talking about Yogi's youngest son going to play at Howard.
Well, that's cool.
Wow. What are they here in school in Sacramento somewhere?
Yogi. Oh man. No, the parade will be an RV free zone. We will not allow RVs at the parade.
Oh, that boy Roddy a fool, man. Come on, man. Oh, geez.
Garrett. I don't think Garrett will come, but Garrett's always got the invite. That's our dude.
Oh, sure. Somebody said Matt Barnes in here. Matt Barnes definitely get the we'll get the invite for sure. You guys are some jackasses.
Okay. All right. Now we've got to end the live broadcast.
Hey, man. Hey, with our arms wrapped around each other, man. We did it, guys. We did it. You know what I'm saying? It just took a little self-love, man. Alexis. What's the name? Ernest? What's that?
Ramsey. Maybe it's Ernest. Yeah. Earl
Ramsey. Alexis. Big Marv.
Yeah.
Uncle Bagley. We did this, guys. Come on, man. We did this.
We put Aaron on there too. Put Aaron on there. Get everybody get everyone on the same ride.
Oh man.
David, I swear to God, dude. Oh man. Yeah, this right there. That's it. You guys are jackasses. And the definitive answer, David, is no. He gets an invite to nothing. He gets an invite to absolutely nothing.
Oh man. Come on, man. Hey, Merv, come on, man. Chill, man.
All right. On that note, let's get this over with. What did Shams
Oh man.
Okay. Yep.
David.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're leaving. We're leaving. I just can't find that stupid video quick enough. Murph ruined it. We've got to get out of here before the broadcast self-destructs.
Oh,
love y'all. Have a great weekend.